It's that time of day. It's Friday, which is um, become the day that I go and do all my chores. My wife's TV is very loud. Don't worry about it though. She can't help it. She's deaf, so you know. So I let her get away with it. You know, what's a little deafness between friends, right? Um, okay, what am I building now? What is she in there going on about? That's what I want to know. Okay, rapier, we've already done. Quad launcher. All right. So, before anyone shows up, let's go ahead. O woe to thee, O earth and sea, for the devil sends his beast with wrath, for he knows the time is near. Let he who hath understanding of the beast, right? A little bit of Metallica, for it is a human number, and its number is. Tracy, are you deaf? I mean, I know the answer, but come on. See, what's funny is I probably shouldn't complain because uh, I am super loud. So I probably should just. You were outside in the backyard trying to listen to the TV. I get it. I get it. I mean, I don't understand it at all, but I get it. It's cool. You know, nothing will ever make me stop loving you, baby. You're just being a little loud. That's all. So the big question is because the first couple minutes, YouTube hasn't told anybody that I'm actually on. So the big question is who shows up for well, Zatoichi. Hello, Zatoichi. It's been a minute. I assume you've been very busy. So, I hope you're doing very well. Uh, I was up a little bit later than I wanted to be, but it was because I was watching Double D and group run uh, Barrel Maze or some version of it. I mean, it was named like the whatevers of Barrel Maze. So I was all like, okay, let's watch this. Let's see what this is all about, right? And night before that, of course, Double D, or the night before that night, and then before that, I was at the doctor's all day, so I didn't stream at all. Dun, 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 dun. Uh, 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 Then I spent most of the morning listening to an English guy describe all the stereotypes of Europeans and Americans and finally Canadians, which was kind of hilarious. Kind of hilarious. But if you're wondering what I'm up to these days at Toichi, it is I am building um, support weapons for my epic guardsmen, solar auxiliary, whatever support. So a bunch of anti-aircraft turret systems, a couple of anti-armor turret systems, and then some actual uh, equipment that's being driven by soldiers, So I finished. Actually, I can't say I finished. I've still got 3 boxes of freaking walkers to build for the Dark Mechanicum. And I've been yelling at my local post office because I have a UPS tracker, right? So my phone says, hey, guess what? Your package has arrived in my town, Santa Claus. I'm like, awesome. My package has arrived. So that's good. I should see it tomorrow, right? Which was the date it was supposed to be delivered. But then it didn't get delivered. And I'm like, okay, that's weird. It's in my town and it says it will be delivered today. And it didn't get delivered today. So why? And then I go and look at the actual detailed UPS tracking thing, and for some reason it shipped down from wherever it come from up in Pennsylvania, and it went through Seminole County, then it made it to Orlando, then it made it to my town, and then it went back to Seminole, and now it's in Winter Haven, which, if you don't know anything about Florida, that's just kind of just a bunch of cities around me. So I sent them a text. I'm like, because they have the thing where you can send them the text to complain about shit. And I'm like, how is it that, this package, which was supposed to be delivered 4 days ago, made it to my hometown, and then you guys sent it back up to the distribution center it came from? You know what I mean? And they have no freaking, like, they don't even know why. That's kind of what's the most annoying thing. It's like they're just like and I'm just like, come on, guys, what are you doing? Like, if the item actually arrives in the town where you're supposed to deliver it, come on, deliver it, maybe. I mean, I know that's a novel idea and all that, but so that is my continuing adventures with the post office, which they're not even delivering anything that I need, like, in a rush right this second. But still, it's like, the only thing I can imagine is when the big truck came to my town, whoever was in charge of unloading the truck just must have what is up, DM Bloodworth? How are you doing, sir? Must have misidentified, like, the directions or something, and left it on the tractor trailer, which immediately started shipping it, to other places. And so I'm not worried about it, because if I have to get into a fight with anybody about it, I have all the records of every single place this package has been. And it's obvious that, this is going to be a their issue kind of situation. But Bloodworth, I don't know if you know this or not, but I was online a little bit earlier and I found a good map. Actually, 3D or 3D. No, I actually printed it out. I found a map of Quimorium. I'm holding it like it should be this way, because the bottom part of the map is the docks and everything. And you can even see where the 3 buildings, you can find any 3 buildings close to each other on a block. And that could be the starting location for Rats in the Walls. But yeah, here it is. It's I mean, it doesn't really tell you what anything is so well, so you'll have to figure it out. And then the smoking things we were talking about with the factories, yeah, it's because they're digging peat up and using peat to fuel furnaces where they're basically forging steel. So that's kind of the whole thing there. And I decided, based on talking to you, to go ahead and pick up that PDF. And I've been reading it, and now I'm thinking I'm going to start my campaign off with that trio of adventures. So, yeah, I'm basically going to copy you now. So that's what you get. That's what you get. I'm copying whatever you said you were going. Now, I don't know how long my group will want to stay in the city after they've done the missions. We'll see. I mean, by the time they're done with those adventures, I might dig out some of my DCC Lankhmar adventures and just convert them over to be ran in Comorium. So, yep. Because if you look to the north, it's all swamp and stuff. So they actually the plain of Lug or how I automatically, because of reading all the Irish myth, I automatically don't pronounce the G. But then again, that particular deity in Irish myth is GU or GH, but it's pronounced Lu. And so I'm not 100% sure how the swamps outside of Cromarium are pronounced, whether it, we got Bear here, whether it's, hello, Bear,
Mm.
pronounced Lu or Lug or even Lug.
It's Lou.
Yeah, I would think, but the deity has a G behind or an H behind the G.
Yeah,
Hey,
so
Big
Lou.
James.
Lou.
So Lug,
I think it's Lou. But I
probably
don't care.
Lug.
Who gives a
Well, and
fuck
all
what the
the people who
Celts
live
say?
there are apparently basically Celt
Celts are
and
stupid.
mixed Celt Camarian people,
Dumb Celts. So
dumb
dumb.
Celts with their
So
weird
dumb.
language.
Build a society of dumb Celts.
Well, I mean, they tried, but then Vikings showed up, and then the British showed up, and then it's
Like you do.
like you do. I mean, you can go even further back. You can be like, they tried, and then the Furbog showed up, and then the Fomor showed up, and then the Milesian Celts showed up, and the She showed up, and
Well,
it
the
was
she
like
were not real.
damn it.
Come on now. There was no such thing as the she. They're not real.
Yeah, I disagree. A tall blonde group of people that showed up and just started taking
That's
shit over.
not who the she are. The she are from the mist. They are the fae. They are a completely different species. They're not even human, sir.
Yeah, that's
Nice
what you
try.
say.
Nice try.
No, not a nice try, because Lulamvada is supposed to be part she and also
Okay.
part human.
Quick question. Where are you getting this from? Since the Celts didn't write it down, where are you getting it from?
Hey, I don't give a shit. I'm getting it from the one place
Exactly.
where they wrote it down.
Which is a Christian thing, which is the Book of the Kells, which is absolutely the entire Celtic mythology has been hammered to shit by Christianization, and they threw out everything that they thought could be Luciferian from it. So you can't trust it. Mm-hmm. The Celts don't have a written language, sir.
Well, Druids did. It's called Owim.
Yeah, they weren't really talking to them. They were more, killing them and lighting them on fire and driving them out of Ireland. This is my people, bro.
You know what? I don't like your ideas.
Okay, but why is my idea any worse than yours?
Because if there's one religion on the planet that you can trust to hopefully not lie to you, it's Christian monks.
Horseshit.
Hey,
Absolute horseshit.
it's a sin to lie.
Yeah, they didn't care. It was also a sin to get drunk, and they made brandy.
It's not
Come on.
drunk.
It's not a sin to lie. It's to bear false witness. Bear false witness means to not testify
No,
against another
it's
person falsely.
It's a sin to lie too.
No, it's not. The sins are the 10 commandments.
No, I'm pretty sure it is.
There's no commandment that says thou shalt not lie. It says thou shalt not bear false witness.
But we don't live by commandments alone, my good sir. We also have the teaching of the Messiah and the prophets.
That may be an Orthodox thing. We over on this side we live by the 10 commandments.
That's a Christian thing. Yeah.
But anyway, the 10 commandments don't even count. Let's be honest. They don't even count. And you
what
know they
Jesus
don't count.
said is pretty important. I'm just going to throw it out there.
Let's see it. Where did
and then Jesus gave his power to the apostles.
So we're basically interpreting Matthew 5:3-7. Let what you say simply be yes or no. Anything more than this comes from evil.
If someone asks you a question, yeah. Which is what I've said multiple times when I said, if you feel the need to justify your actions, it's because you know you're wrong.
Maybe. Or maybe you know you're going to get crucified by the people who don't understand your actions.
At which point you take that crucifixion and you're crowned to heaven as a martyr.
Yeah, I'm not so. I'm gonna not.
You're gonna pass on that.
I'm gonna take a hard pass on that. That sounds like a horrible idea. Bloodworth, I love the movie She. Are you kidding me? It's one of my top 10 favorite films with Sandal Bergman. Love that film.
Yeah, well, I was thinking more of the SIDH.
The She.
Yeah.
Or the She. The She. The She.
Which always throws people off because it's spelled completely different than how it's pronounced.
Like Siobhan.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, if you had to guess, like how Irish words were pronounced just because somebody set them in front of you, you would never guess. You'd just be like,
Fubar.
Yeah, it'd be like, wait, what? Even the original spelling of my name is so effed up that it's like somebody, because it's MACAIODH.
Oh, I thought you were going to go with Seamus.
Oh no, Seamus would be basically the closest to my first name.
Yes.
But no, I'm talking about my surname is spelled in such a way that if you were to see it, you'd be like, what in the hell is even that? Oh yeah, I love that, Man of War. People of Israel, I bring you these 10
commandments. Yeah.
Well,
no, it's okay. The 10 commandments don't count anyway because Jesus' covenant breaks the covenant with Abraham and replaces it with the covenant.
Count, Homeskill.
No, they don't.
They didn't count.
The entire Old Testament is no longer under the new covenant between Jesus and man. That's the new covenant.
Tell me you don't know anything about actual Christianity without.
No. I'm telling you about what I read the Bible and I get to the part where Jesus says he's making a new covenant between man and God's suddenly a lot less wrathful and hateful in the New Testament. So the old covenant with Abraham is now null and void. Therefore, the Old Testament does not count.
Jesus came to fulfill the prophecies of the Old Testament.
I'm not going to argue with you because you're a fucking religious person and I'm not. So there's no point in us arguing because all you need is your faith. Then why do you keep
bringing it up, asshat? I was just talking about Irish and how to pronounce Luke.
You said monks don't lie. I didn't do this. You did this.
I said that it's against the religion of a monk to lie.
And I contested your statement.
And you are wrong. But that's okay.
From your perspective, perspective, I'm wrong. From my perspective,
I think from
I'm
any perspective, like literally any perspective ever on the world,
okay,
that would not be acceptable.
Okay. I shan't argue with you about this. I shan't debate it. I shall just take thee at thine word.
Now, am I saying every monk always tells the truth? No, because monks, just like humans, are, flawed creatures who may
Mm-hmm.
or may not, even if, and remember the one thing I learned recently is all the bad guys in history thought they were the good guys.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there's some wiggle room for your argument, 100%. There is some wiggle room for your argument. It's possible that some monk at some point was like, look, this shit is awful, like, shisty. So let's go ahead and just cut this shit out of the Bible or out of our history because, it's the right thing to do. So as, the common people won't be tempted into believing something away, right? But man, that's kind of such a really negative way of just looking at everything.
Yeah, it is crazy how religion will do that to you.
No, no, no. I'm talking about the argument that since it was written by monks, you can't trust it. It's a
Well,
very negative kind of way of looking at
you do
everything.
realize that they walked around the world going, oh, you have a holiday on this day? We have a holiday on this day. You wouldn't believe it, would you? It's the festival of whatever that we made up right now so that you can think you can be Christians. No, they never did that. Never once. These were all
Well,
legitimate holidays, not
they
invented on
did
the spot.
that quite a bit in Europe, yes.
Yeah, they did.
However, I should point out that Easter, Christmas, all that in Orthodoxy are not on the same days as they are in the rest of Christianity.
Yeah, well.
We celebrate Christmas January 7th or 8th, depending. And
Mm-hmm.
Easter is like 2 weeks after everyone else celebrates. And we call it Pascha.
Pascha.
Exactly. So while you do got an argument that it is possible the Romans Romanized Astera and the birthday of Mithras and all this sort of things, you're barking up the wrong tree with me, homie, because I ain't
Well,
part of
homie,
it.
I didn't say that, so you can go ahead and have an argument with that person who had that conversation with you in your head, because I
Well,
didn't say any of what you just said.
no, I backed up what you said. I just
Yeah.
pointed out that that's not my church. We didn't do that.
Yes. Oh, then you were using the universal you and not the directive you.
I guess.
Yeah, because I don't know why you would be telling me I can't have that argument when I wasn't making that argument.
I guess, yes. I was using the universal
There we go.
like you as in anybody can say that, but they're not. If they don't know anything about the history of the old church, they're not going to know the reality.
That I can agree with.
And hell, I don't even know if some of our religions from some of our holidays could have been stolen from the Slavs, I guess. I don't know. I don't really know. But I do know it is and I don't even think it's bad, really. A lot of the Roman Catholics, they rolled in and they're like, hey, that's a nice holiday you got there. I mean, be ashamed if something happened
to it.
and
Real
it's
shame.
But yeah. So since you woke up on the spicy side of the bed,
I did not.
Homeboy?
I woke up in a great mood. I've been grocery shopping. I had a treat that made me happy. It's just you love to fucking poke in a way that gets me angry.
I just said I trust what the monks wrote.
Yeah, and I'm telling you that I don't trust what the monks wrote, and that's all we had to do. But nope, you wanted to go deeper.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you don't trust what the monks wrote, it's not my job to try to convince you.
Amen.
I mean, you'll figure it out or not, whichever way you want, or not.
Or it's my belief versus your belief, and we can just say that we both have beliefs and leave it at that.
I will agree wholeheartedly with that, Bear.
You know why I like Jews?
Because they never tell you what they actually think about you.
And they never proselytize, and they never try and convert you, and they never try and make you think the way they think.
Do you know why?
Because they're smart.
In the eyes of the super religious ones, you are an animal.
Yeah,
and you don't even possess a soul.
Yeah, that's not the ones I'm talking about. I don't talk to the super religious ones. I'm talking about the non-super religious
ones. Yeah, they don't.
But you've got
because they don't even think that you're like an actual creature.
But you have issues with them, and I mean, I have issues with them for other reasons, but that's neither here nor there.
I
My
have
point is,
issues with them because of the way they treated my pop when he was young.
that's fair.
Because
I
his
am-
mom got a divorce, so all they mistreated him so terribly that the only kids he got to play with growing up were the mix, like 3 blocks over. Because none of the Jewish kids in the neighborhood would have a thing to do with him. He was considered a dirty, unclean animal. And that pisses me off because it is, whether people want to admit it or not, that is racism. That is
Sure.
super racist. And I don't
Sure.
like that.
Not
At
going to
all.
argue with you.
I mean, can you imagine if the Orthodox Church woke up one day and said, hey, if you're not Greek, you can't worship Christ? That would be insane. Like every other Orthodox Christian would be like, you guys are insane. You're out. Like, yeah, we get a little bit ethnocentric in some churches, but that's just like little T tradition, man. But these guys, their Book of Wisdom and the Zohar and shit like that. I mean, they codify their racism. I mean, one day I'll tell you a story about the guy who cried over his dead Christian servant and what his neighbors had to say about it. It's in the Talmud. And the problem is, the guys I'm talking about, they tend to be all about the Talmud and Kabbalah. You know what I'm saying, bro. I don't need to belabor the point to you. You know where I'm going, right?
Yet here you are belaboring the point to me.
Well, I'm saying I don't need to. You know, I can drop it, but I have a real issue with it, though.
Okay,
I mean,
but it's
you're not
not
wrong.
me. I'm not it, so I don't know why I've got to hear about it.
I don't know. You were here.
Ah, I was directly in the line of your crazy Christian rant. Got it.
Well, no, because I believed the same thing when I was Jewish. When I was
Everything you
literally
believe.
going to church, being kosher in the whole 9 yards, I still believe the same thing. So does my pop.
Okay.
Those Talmudic guys, they're witches. That has nothing to do with anything.
I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Okay. I don't give a fuck about the Talmudic Jews. I don't give a fuck about the Hasids. I don't give a fuck about the Lubavitch. I don't give a fuck about the Orthodoxy. I don't give a fuck about the Eastern Orthodoxy, the Northern Orthodoxy, the Western Orthodoxy, the Uber Orthodoxy, the Umber Orthodoxy, or any fucking Protestantism or any fucking Catholicism. I don't give a fuck.
It doesn't matter, though, because if you bring it up, we're going to talk about it.
You brought it up.
No, you brought up the Christian.
I said, where are you getting that from, since there's no written history of the Celts' own people? And then you brought it to monks. I did not bring up religion.
Because that's the only
I brought up the
history
lack
we
of a
got.
trusting.
That's the only history we got. That's all we got.
I give up. I give up, James. You win. You win. You're such a fucking pandy. You win.
The only
you win.
history we
you
got
win.
on the Celts
You win.
what they wrote.
You win. You win. You win.
I don't want one.
I'm well, too bad. You won. I'm conceding the point. I want to meet your wife. I really want to meet your wife and hang out with her one day and just talk.
You two would probably get along pretty well. I mean, you know.
You have a nature to be so obstinate, people just don't want to argue anymore.
She's very, well,
I didn't bring up the monks. I said there was no written record of the Celts. He brought up the monks. And what, he was fucking lawyer, Paul? Jeez.
Yes.
You know what, dude? I'm going to take off. I'm going to go because I'm fucking fired up now. And then Paul's going to start his shit. And I'm just going to start yelling at people. So have a good day. See you later.
I hope you feel better, bro. Crom. Not Crom, Bloodworth. Crimmer. Well, I mean, I don't know. It does. Here is the thing. Sometimes I do bring certain things on myself, but at the same time, other times, if you tried to besmirch like my faith, I mean, I can only take it so far, you know? I can only let it slide so far until I've got to be like, no, that's not what happened, right? As far as we know about Celts, every contemporary thing we have was written by the Greeks or Christian monks, especially in Ireland. And I prefer to believe now, this, guys, you can call me naive as shit here, but I really prefer to believe that the monks weren't just talking shit. Could I be wrong? Yes. Could you call me naive? 100%. 100%. You could say I'm a naive guy, don't know what I'm talking about, whatever, right? But I prefer to be naive, I guess. I prefer to think good of people, unless I know, like witchcraft type stuff. And then I'm like, and yes, my issue with the Talmudic thing, and that's not just a Jewish thing, because you got people like Madonna and movie stars and all that who get into Talmudism too. And it's just straight up witchcraft, is what it is. And even when I was, like I said, a practicing Jew, kosher, and the whole 9 yards, we didn't mess around with Talmud at all. Not at all. Because my rabbi, who was a great man, was like, yeah, don't mess with that shit. It's bad for you. Yeah, but I seldom pray to him. He doesn't listen. In the Hyborian game, it's Krimmer. That's Krom. He's the god of the Cimmerians, of horsemen, except his name is generally used as an expletive. So that's why when I was on Double D's the other day, I was like, by Krimmer's Frosty Balls or something, right? The nine noble virtues. Is that like that's extra virtues? Because I think we got seven virtues and seven deadly sins. So you got two more virtues than I know of. But yeah, and I not happy Bear got upset, but come on, man. Come on, man. Don't get upset. It's not cool. But I do understand why he might get upset, because a lot of people, right, if they feel like they're in a debate and other people jump into the debate, then they might get the feeling that they're being ganged up on. And a lot of people really, really hate that, the idea that they're being ganged up on. And if he thought PB was ganging up on him, then yeah, I could see how he would feel really defensive and get really pissed off about it. 100%, I understand that. You know, me personally, I wouldn't have took it so hard. A Satru Odinism, yeah, I don't really buy into that, because I'm not likely to die in battle with my wounds on my front. And that means that I'm going to end up in like a shitty place if it's real. And I'm just not a big fan of being doomed to live in a drafty barn drinking goat urine my whole life, because I'll probably end up dying of some terminal disease at some point, and that is like the least honorable way to die, which means your chances of actually going to Valhalla or the other place, pretty slim. Pretty slim. You're going to end up in hell with one L, though. And the halls of hell, as described, are, uh, you know, rainy, cold. leaky roofs on the barn, and all they give you to drink is goat piss. That does not seem like anything I'm interested in. Well, I'm not saying that's the noble virtues. I'm saying that that is the religion of the Vikings. When people talk about Norse religion, it's kind of like when people talk about 40K and they always imagine they're going to be space marines, but in reality, they'll probably be in the corpse grinder cult. Norse religion is very similar to that because everybody thinks about Valhalla or Valheim or whatever, but the reality is you'll probably end up in hell because you're not going to meet any of the actual requirements to go to the really cool places. So, generally speaking, I mean, one thing about that is when I was in the SCA, man, it's like more than half of the people there claim to be like Norse pagan. Yeah. Well, I mean, Rich, you are a free man. You are an intelligent man. You can make up your own mind about what you want to believe. And I am obligated at least once to tell you that what you believe is sinful. But then if you tell me you don't care, you don't believe what I believe, then at that point, I just basically have to let you go and do whatever you want. Even though kind of technically it sucks because, yeah, but you can't, what do they call it? Okay, I need the narrow one. Sorry, I got distracted. Christianity cannot be compelled. So if a person does not want to believe, you cannot force them to. Well, yeah, I know that. None of the Norse or Celtic deities are actual deities. They're heroes. They're great heroes from ancient time. And they were worshipped eventually, like long after their death. Odin was probably a great king, just like Lulemvada was probably a great king or warrior. I mean, you see it all around the whole world, Around the whole world, you see. So I guess I would agree with you if you think that following their uh, if you think that they're good examples, then okay. I mean, live your best life. Yeah, I'm going to tell you something, and it's been a problem for many, many years, and a lot of people don't want to hear it. But since you guys apparently woke up this Friday wanting to hear about it, nothing has created more atheists than the Roman Catholic Church and Protestantism. Those two religious groups, Roman Catholics and Protestants, have created more atheists than any other thing. And generally, it's because there's inconsistency. There's a lot of the churches are just weak, and yeah. I mean, again, not saying no one's ever started life as an Orthodox Christian and become atheist for some reason. A lot of people did. But on the other hand, a lot of people lived through the persecutions of the Soviet Union and not only Did they live through the persecutions of the Soviet Union? They went from being atheists to becoming hardcore Christians. So, Christianity really thrives on being repressed. The repression of Christianity just makes it stronger. Virtues: courage, truth, honor, fidelity, discipline, hospitality, self-reliance, and industrialist. Those are also Christian virtues. Every one of them is a Christian virtue. Uh, you know, we're supposed to be courageous in our faith. We're supposed to tell the truth. We're supposed to treat everyone as ourselves with honor. We're supposed to, fidelity. We're supposed to keep the faith, obviously. Discipline, that's why we fast. Hospitality, that's an obvious one for Orthodox Christianity. Self-reliance, also obvious. And industrialist, yes. Perseverance, that's the big one for us. That would be the first of the, like the Bible says that 100 times. You will be punished in my name. You must endeavor to persevere, which that's actually from the outlaw Josie Wells. But none of the virtues you're living by are somehow exclusionary to Christianity. So like if I want to say to myself, I think Lou Lambada's kind of badass. That's not heretical because Lou Lambada was a human and he was badass. And he killed his grandfather, who was Baylor, because Baylor was evil and trying to wipe everyone out. And, that's kind of badass. And you could say the same thing with Odin and Thor and all of those guys fighting giants and, doing stuff. But can't really say that with Chernobog since he's just literally, the god of evil. So, it gets a little bit weird with the Slavic deities, most of whom are ancestors. The ancient Slavs were huge into ancestor worship. They would build big wooden totem poles that were basically their ancestors. But yeah. Well, that's pretty true. That's PB. I would say that's true. And thus, why, and again, I don't want to be super offensive, but the truth is just the truth. These super mega churches ran by people like Olstein and whatever, they're definitely not the way. Like, that is 100% not the way, And anyone that tells you if you send them a bunch of money, then you'll get 3 times as much money, that prosperity doctrine and all that, that's just, it's not the way, And people shouldn't do it, but people are going to do what it is that they want to do. So there's that. Friggin' bear getting all mad. Makes me sad. Loves me some bear, but now I have to do some self-reflection and be like, have I been trolling bear a lot? Because if I have, I might need to stop that. Because that's a tendency for me, guys, is Yeah, I have a tendency to where if something goes like sideways, the first thing I have to do is figure out if it's my fault. Because as often as not, it probably is my fault. So, and then I have to figure out what I could have done differently in that situation and then alter, you know, my behavior as much as I can to no longer cause offense. And by as much as I can is I have to do all of that while still never in ever ever denying the faith. So, but you know what makes me able to get through a lot of it is the fact that it says in the gospel that it will be really really hard to be a Christian, like really hard, and a lot of people will hate you just because you believe in Jesus, right? So it's not like I didn't know when I decided to jump on this train that it was going to bring hardship and negative repercussion, etc. I kind of knew, but what can you do, right? I mean, yeah. The one thing I think one thing I would talk to anybody who is talking to me about religious things is I do try to keep an open mind, guys. But if things you are saying are even remotely what could be considered an attack on the faith, I am obviously going to defend the faith. I mean, that's just how it is. That's just how it has to be. So if I get put into a corner where I can say, oh, yeah, Christians suck balls, or I can defend Christianity, I will always defend Christianity, always. Uh, you know, that's just how it is, right? So as long as people who deal with me understand that, then anyone could deal with me perfectly fine, right? And never have an issue at all. Just don't put me in a position where I have to defend the faith, because I cannot and will not ever take a step back on that, ever. And while I would hope it wouldn't cost me friends, um, God is more important to me than friends. You know, um, I mean, like it would break my heart if, like, my wife put me in position between having a wife or believing in Christ. But yeah, she would have to go. You know what I mean? And she's the number two most important thing in my entire life. Like between her and my kids, she's going to win. Between her and my parents, she's going to win. But between her and God, she's not going to win. And then, of course, the third most important thing to me is our great country. Well, okay. Um, that's assuming you count family, as one thing. I know I just made a separation between wife and kids, but God, family, nation. Uh, that's just what it is. And damn, man, Bear getting mad and like bunking out kind of takes the whole flavor out of stuff. But I mean, sadness, sadness. Dun, 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 dun. Anyway, I don't know if Richard's still here, but yeah, Richard, I used to, towards the end of my SCA stuff when I was older and starting to see things a little bit different, the Asatru guys, I think pretty much were developing a hatred for me. Well, no, here's the thing I'm going to say about that. Why would Bear? I mean, did you? I mean, I can't imagine you went on there and just started attacking him, right? I mean, what's going on here, you know? I mean, you're a grown man, he's a grown man. What'd you do? Did he go on and start making fun of superheroes or something? I mean, what could you have possibly done to piss Bear off? I've seen Bear handle situations that I don't think I could have handled without losing my shit. So, like, the fact that you got kicked from his Discord, I'm like, what did you do, man? And I'm not trying to put the blame on you, but I'm just asking, what could have happened there? You know, I mean, Bear is a loving, good guy. He gets along with pretty much everyone that gets along with him. So I'm having a really hard time imagining him being that guy. You know, it just doesn't. It's not the Bear I know. I can say that it's not the Bear I know. The Bear I know, yes, we argue, we bicker. He doesn't like 40K, whatever. Sometimes I troll him a bit. And if it's too much, maybe I should ease back on it if it's actually causing him to get pissed, because that's not ever my intention, to piss people off. But I just can't imagine Bear being like, yeah, you didn't do anything bad, but I'm going to kick you anyway. Oh, I don't think you caused any issues between me and Bear. I mean, I think Bear got a little pissed off, maybe because you said something while we were arguing, and also because of my obstinacy when it comes to defending the faith, that he just decided he's going to go do something better with his life. And I don't blame him. Like right now, there's probably no grass to touch outside in Canada. It's probably snowy. I don't know. But arguing with me or going out and fucking around in the snow, but believe me, I mean, I would not be mad if he's like, you know what? I'm not going to sit here and argue with this freaking hillbilly. I'm going to go outside and do something. Or, I'm going to go eat a chicken tikka masala or something like that. If that is the choice he made, guess what? I 100% support that shit. I'm sitting here talking to you guys because I am building a shit ton of incredibly small miniatures. And talking to you guys about things helps me in some weird way kind of keep at this. Otherwise, I'd just wander off and start, I don't know, doing whatever, right? But no, I have no ill will towards Bear at all. And like I said, I would blame myself before I'd blame Bear for anything. And, if anyone was to attack Bear for something, I'm going to defend him, I would defend Bear. Yes, absolutely. I would defend Bear. And in this case, I did defend Bear. Not that I said you were necessarily wrong, PB, but like I said, no one likes to feel like they're being ganged up on. I know I'm that way too. If I'm in an argument with person A and then B and C jump in and start, all of a sudden, it really messes with you, man. Nobody likes that. And it's possible that's how he was feeling. And, like I said, if he had to take a break, God bless him, man. Yeah, but I don't understand, because to me, PB, you are your average dude that likes nerdy shit. You've never said anything like, I've never heard you like praising Stalin or Mao or Mustachioed Man, who for some reason I have to not say his name, but I can say the other two. Um, I've never heard you say anything like racist or detestable. So I just would, you know what, Kyle, you've been around me now for what, 2 years, 3 years, maybe more. In my heart, I just wish everyone could joke around and not get all pissed off about shit. Like even when I troll or my brother trolls and we say what some people might consider sexist or racist jokes or whatever, um, we mean no harm. You know, we're just joking about things. And if somebody were to be like, hey, man, that makes me feel away, I would be like, well, dude, I'm sorry. It was a joke. I didn't make you feel, didn't mean to like hurt your feelings or make you feel away. And then we would drop it right there. I would hope if they kept on it, then eventually we would hit an impasse and, that'd just be that, right? But like when I got on and started talking about Crom and stuff, that was actually part of my recent deep dives I've been doing into the world of, beyond the north wind, as they call it, which is the world of Hyperborea, right? And Crom is in that world, but he's called Krimir. So Krimmr, Krimir. Shadow's typing. How about instead of typing, you could just join Shadow? Oh, you're already in the back, but somehow it didn't like pop up and let me know you were here.
No worries, man.
I hate when that happens. That's what I was talking about. Because, somebody brought up Crom and to hell with your four winds. And I was saying, yeah, in Hyperborea, the Cimmerians, who were an actual Central European tribe, but did not worship Crom because he was an Irish god. They exist in the land beyond the north wind, but the god they worship, they don't call Crom. They call him Krimr.
Well, good news.
And they rarely pray to him, and they generally just use his name as a curse word. So, as I said in Double D's thing, by Krimmer's frosty balls, I'll have your head, or whatever.
Speaking of Hyperborea, I pulled the trigger, and a copy of it will be arriving next week, hopefully before Turkey Day. I paid $40 for like the latest edition, brand new. I don't know if that's a good price, but it was significantly cheaper than every other price I saw on eBay. And I'm like, it sounds very much like this game right here, Barrows and Borderlands by our good friend Matt Tapp.
In my mind, it's basically Arduin.
The flat Earth part, sure, maybe. There's a lot of similarities, a lot of crossovers. Joe the Lawyer is doing a collab video right now about sci-fi and magic genres mixing. He's not a fan. I told him I think it's the perfect evolution. After you've played your sci-fi games and you played your fantasy games, you're gonna play some, whether it be Camel World or Hyperborea or Barrows and Borderlands or The Dying Earth. Since the beginning, since the very first D&D trilogy, there was high tech allowances, ways to mix.
Well, whatever. Journey to Barrier's Peak.
Well, no. Even in the original white box, there was mention of robots and Martians and white apes and Tharks and all kinds of stuff from clearly more sci-fi genres. And even in the original Conan story, Red Nails, and before that, Robert E. Howard alluded to some ancient technological gadgets. The wand that the woman uses in Red Nails comes across more like uh, a laser weapon or something like that than an actual magic wand. And before that, there was some mention of like technological lighting devices left over from the ancients. So, if you're not into it, okay, but after a while, especially like us old guys, we've been playing for 40, 50 years. You know, playing just solid fantasy or just solid sci-fi with like no psionics, can get a little stale. Or you could be, pressed for, some new idea. Even in, the original series of Star Trek, there were, sciences that seemed magical. Trelane, possibly the Q themselves seemed kind of magical. There were lots of, you know, little mixes and big mixes and uh,
Uh,
Hyperborea.
let me answer. No, there's no magic in Dune. Dune is 100%
Yeah.
as hard science as we can figure a hard science thing could be. Um, there is mysticism though in Dune, and there's the
And
whole
hardcore, like what you'd have to call psionics, like next level.
there's the hardcore evolution of humanity, which is a big subtext of Dune.
Right, which
Because
which
the
which
Bene
implies
Gesserit, the Bene Gesserit, the Spacers Guild, which are actually the Bene something. I
yeah,
mean, these are all basically hyper evolved humans that just the
that,
mentat.
that paved the way for the belief that the human brain is eventually, at some point, capable of doing crazy shit that we can only attribute to something like magic or psychic abilities, things that
Now, I
pure.
love Dune, but I am not a huge fan of the preposition in Dune that there's like preordained outcomes.
Well, that's just precognition. People at various points. Hey, what's up, James? At various points in the
Hey,
Dune history,
James.
had psychic visions, for lack of a better word, of the future, and then strove to make it a thing. Whether that was just a hallucination or imagination, and people just made it a self-fulfilling
and
prophecy.
and that's what I'm saying is um, a lot of the stuff in Dune is precognition.
Yeah,
Now
and
there's multiple timelines, sure,
right.
but Paul
And
has the power to go through all of the timelines to try to
take
pick
care, Cal. I
the
will see
best
you
timeline.
Sunday.
Back to work. Take care, Kyle. Thank you for dropping in.
Yeah, I did my meager amount of household chores, and I'm good for the
Well,
day, I
I
guess.
kind of should have household chores today,
Mhm.
but then last minute, my father-in-law called. Was like, "Hey, we're in town because they normally live up north, but they have a home on the beach, and they come down here occasionally.
Mhm.
And my brother-in-law is at their house, and they're like, if you guys want, you can come over tonight and stay a day or two, the whole weekend, whatever, because that's how they are, right? So my wife is like, what do you think? And I'm like, well, if you get in the car and say you're leaving, I'm going with you. But I had to plan to do this for a few hours and then vacuum and mop the floors and everything, right? That was my plan. And if her plan interferes with any part of my plan, that's her fault. That's all I told her. I said, if you want the floors done today, then obviously we're not going. But if you want to go see your parents, then the floors will have to be done when we get back. So, because like I said, I wrote a schedule. And by golly,
You
yeah,
put your foot
all
down.
that was to free humanity. And that's why if you really get deep into the lore of the books, there's like this great battle like at the end of time. And the whole point of the God Emperor was set humanity up to survive the great battle that like 99.9 million% of the futures would have led to human extinction.
Mhm.
But that 1% would lead to human survival. And the problem is that something Games Workshop stole. In order to create a humanity that could survive the end game, Leto II had to be a vicious tyrant. He had no choice.
Yeah, that if there is no if your world, whatever that be, doesn't prescribe to uh, the end times, Christianity, Book of Revelation kind of thing. If you've got a completely different story you're telling, then it makes a logical sense that at some point someone's going to have to put the foot down hard and tell people this is the way we're going to do things in order to survive. Whether or not they're right, is up for debate.
Right. Sometimes you can ask yourself, is survival worth it?
I think inevitably
would it be better if we just allowed, things?
The answer has to be yes.
Of course.
The answer has to be yes. In all cases,
Yeah.
There's too many things that even us, primitive humans have created that have to be viewed universally as, wow, that was freaking amazing. Whether it was Marilyn Monroe or the Beatles or the Sistine Chapel or whatever, you have to be impressed by the thing or the person or the event that we overcame and produced these things that are absolutely 100% unique, and uniqueness should be glorified when it's a good thing. If it's a bad thing, the Black Death, while it was kind
Just
of
remember, just because it's unique doesn't mean it's useful.
no, I was leaving room for some.
That's
obvious,
a meme.
Yeah. I mean, there were some things that we could have done without. The Black.
And of course, in Warhammer, the whole point of the Emperor, who's not God, he's absolutely not God. He knows he's not God. But the whole point of them, and I know I've said like it could be, couldn't be, we don't. Yeah, we know. But his whole point is everything he does is to ensure humanity survives. And so he has spent 10,000 years in the Golden Throne, suffering immense agony every second of every hour of every day for 10,000 years. Just so he can ensure that humanity will survive. Because at any minute, it turns out, I just learned this from new stuff. At any second, it turns out the Emperor, because he's preternatural or whatever they call it, he could just be like, yeah, F this, and just reappear as his healthy self, right? But then he wouldn't be in the Golden Throne, and the warp gates underneath the Imperial Palace would just flood with demons. And that'd probably just be the end of humanity. So he is trapped in the Golden Throne. He has to be the corpse god of the Imperial. And of course, he hates the religion that founded up around him. He hates it. It's the exact opposite of what he was trying to do with humanity. He was trying to elevate humanity into a golden age of science and reason, and and in the end, humanity just turned into what humanity is. A bunch of people clinging to superstition and tyranny. And of course, one of the first things the Emperor did, which is not necessarily a good thing, is destroy all of the old churches on Earth. As a matter of fact, Malkador, I'll catch you later, Rich. Malkador, in fact, have been one of the last priests, Christian priests. And that's the Emperor's best friend, whom the Emperor convinced to go ahead and give up, the faith for the good of humanity, right? Like, because the warp is a parasite on reality.
Mm-hmm.
And the demons of the warp, they're parasites. They feed on human emotion and faith and superstition.
Well, not just human, yeah, all emotion.
If he would convince people not to have superstition, religion, etc., then the chaos gods would grow very weak, and humanity could dominate. But of course,
it wouldn't just be humanity. You've got the Eldar, who created a lot of that crap in the beginning. You've got orcs that have clearly a slew of negative emotions. You've got the Necrons. You've got the Dark Elves.
Well, the Necrons have no warp, whatever at all.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How do they travel?
They don't even have emotions.
How do they travel?
Nothing for a demon to feed on from a Necron.
Well, how do they travel such great distances?
Oh no! Saying that they can travel through the warp is not the same thing as saying that they feed into it.
Oh, okay.
They don't. Neither do the Tau. The Tau literally do not appear to warp creatures. They have a hard time even seeing them because of the way they are. Yeah, they have no soul. That's the thing. Necrons have no soul.
Dudes, don't some of the original, like the Catan or whatever, the original...
The Catan are the star gods, and they're basically like the chaos gods, but they existed in the material universe. And they fed on stars plus souls, and they tricked the Necrontyre into allowing them to basically take all their souls and convert them to soulless Necrons. And then some of the higher, like most powerful Necrons, like the leaders of dynasties and stuff, they got to keep kind of their personality and everything, but they still have no soul. It's gone. So the warp, the last force in the universe the warp would ever want to fight with is the Necron. And the other group that would never want to pick a fight with the Necrons is the Tyranid. Because Tyranid only fight because they want biomatter, right? Necrons have zero biomatter. Not only do they have zero biomatter, but their weapons literally disintegrate biomatter.
Mm-hmm.
So any fight the Tyranid get into with the Necron crypt world is a losing fight for the Tyranid right off the bat. If you look at like if you look at like logistically,
yeah,
if they can
there's no games
world and get into it, then if they win versus the orcs, they got all that biomatter forever, man.
Right. So there's literally no material gains whatsoever, and every casualty,
there's no gain to do.
And every casualty is a casualty for them, whereas the Necrons can literally just rebuild out of inorganic matter. If they do that, I kind of got the impression that the
Necrons are made out of what they call living metal, but it's not a biological resource. It's just some sort of magical, super high tech,
like nanites.
Yeah, like he said, Trazyn the Infinite's home is a moon-sized base completely made out of nanites. And he controls every single one of those nanites personally. And he runs around the universe stealing shit. George can say collecting, but really he's stealing the hell out of everything. Because this moon he lives in, because it's hollow, is just nothing but like a giant museum. And of course, because Trazyn is Trazyn, one of the most interesting characters in the setting, he's gone so far as to collect like entire Imperial Guard regiments and then put them on display within a stasis field. He's captured Chaos Lords and demons. There's like literally nothing he is not interested in collecting. He's even thought about collecting the Emperor. I believe he's trying to collect a clone of Sanguinius, the 9th Primarch. This guy is like running wild, like trying to, and then of course there's another high level Necron that absolutely freaking hates Trazyn. So I mean, within the high level Necrons, like the Silent King and all that, there's a little bit of personality, whatever, but ultimately they don't have souls. So yeah, the warp is jack and shit to Necrons. They just don't care. What's up, Lee?
Good show last night, George.
Bro.
He says the insane Necrons wear people's skin.
Okay. There is a curse within the Necrons, and it is a binary curse, like a computer freaking virus that they've managed to kind of isolate away from the actual population of the Necrons. And these guys, which are called Flayers, they have got this computer virus in their head that makes them want their flesh back. So, of course, that means when they fight wars against fleshy creatures, mostly humans, they skin them and wear the skin. Now, the other Necrons, those that have independent thought, they look at that shit and they're like, what the, like.
Yeah, that's pretty gross.
Yep.
I mean, because unless they find a way to, reinvigorate it and keep it alive.
No, they don't. They just wear it until it rots off and then they find some more.
That's nasty as hell.
Because Flayers
got to come up the works, get into the, the joints and the systems.
Well, for them, no, they're masters at carefully flaying the skin off of you, and then they wear
still the rotted chunks, are gonna kind of gum up the works.
Look, certain Aztec warriors would literally flay their enemies and wear their cloaks. Yeah, the Flayers are creepy. They're. But like I said, you don't look at them as insane in the biological way. You look at them as a computer with a virus.
Yeah,
all the other computers are like, fuck those guys. Stay away. I mean, them guys is weird.
The Necrons were and still are Jackie and my probably our favorite faction in all of 40K, just because they're so. I gotta say it was a stroke of genius on GW's part back in the day, because they had undead in the fantasy battles.
A stroke of genius. They watched the first Terminator movie and they're like, yeah, we can do that.
Well, no, they found a way to make.
And then eventually, over time, they become Egyptian and whatever.
Well, they found a way to have an undead army. They found a way to have an undead army.
They didn't have all of this background. These robots that hated all life and would pop up and just wanted to kill everything. Now they have a super intense background. There's novels about them.
It's a shame the GW folks, got rid of the squats and brought back the squats, but never really embraced the Skaven in the 40K.
Which were in Rogue Trader. The Skaven are 100%.
And they had these things called ratlings, but I think those were just hobbits.
No, the ratlings are halflings.
Right. And it was just like, Mantic,
just
they
like
said
the ogres are just humans that grew up on like a really high.
We were having this talk the other day about, dwarves, halflings, and ogres all, being, a branch of humanity.
They are.
In 40K, right? In other games, not so much.
And they're allowed to exist alongside. There's a class. You know how the Empire hates mutants,
right?
There is a class of mutant though that's called an abhuman, and abhumans are mutants that are stable mutants. So every rattling pair will have rattling children. Every ogre pair will have ogre children, right? So they've basically just evolved to a new thing. Right. It's not even evolution, it's adaptation to
the environment,
right? So the Imperium still considers them to be humans. They can serve in the Imperial Guard, they can, they can do all the things, right?
Well, the squats don't.
You're right. You might as well call Flayers the Ed Gain Necrons, because they just like to skin people and wear their skin. That's just their thing. Or like from Silence of the Lambs, they're the Buffalo Bills. Freaking him and the Dark Eldar, because Dark Eldar like to flay things too.
Yeah, but they do different things with that.
Yeah, they make furniture and clothes and stuff, and they keep your conscience in their thing so that you can like be in torment basically forever.
Yeah, the dark elves are
They are truly the most evil beings in 40k. And
yeah, I tend to
including the
agree with that.
demons in
They're
that.
they're just I've got a bunch of dark elf models that I've never done anything with.
Well, my main fantasy army is dark elves. I got like 5,000 points. Because like with this, I'm a completist. So I will have my 3,000 point army and then buy 2,000 points of other shit just in case I want to change the 3,000 point army. You see what I mean? So my dark elf army is massive. I can field any type of dark elf army you can think of. I can field a whole army of nothing but corsairs. I can field nothing but witch elves with hags riding cauldrons. Or I can field just warriors in big ranks with spears and crossbows, right? Whatever.
My favorite, I forget what they were called, the dark elves. They had that sort of like, remember the Green Goblin's glider?
Oh, those are the Dark Eldar. The flyers.
Yeah, I love those.
I believe they're called.
Just a fun model.
Yeah, they were never really good, but they're a fun model.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times, especially in the early days before I got really into it, it was like, okay, that looks cool, I want it. Oh, that sucks in battle. Too bad. I'm still using it for a while until I got tired.
That's how I became. Originally, I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm buying stupid shit. And then I got super competitive, and I'm like, okay, if this thing is not hyper efficient and costed really well, I'm not dealing with it.
That was kind of how my Imperial Guard army was. Except for like my Rough Riders or my like in Epic, you could have like a mini alliance. You could have like 25% of your army could be someone that you allied with. So I'd have either a bunch of Rough Riders or I'd have like 25% of my Imperial Guard army would be Eldar, and they were just suicide freaking fast jet bikes.
Have you seen the new Rough Riders? They have two new Rough Riders for the Imperial Guard. One is your standard Mongolian-looking guys.
Yeah, I hated those.
But the other one is Deathcore of Krieg. And they're riding on these weird, like, mutant horses, and the horses are wearing
more like what I was more into.
Yeah.
I never got the Rough Riders for 40K because I just hated that whole, we're just gonna make them, Mongols or who are the Imperial Guards that just look like Russian soldiers from WW2.
Well, you're thinking the Valhallans, except the Valhallans are actually based on the Finns.
But they looked, you know what I mean? They might as well.
You could argue they look like the Finns, which look just like the Russians. So yeah.
And I was like, this is cheesy. Even the Kachakan, they just look like a bunch of Rambos. I'm like, okay, it's kind of cool, or they look like the Orlocks.
Look, after you got a phone that could play music for the first time, if you played an Imperial Guard Catachan army, it was kind of a tradition to put on Fortunate Son when it was your time to take a turn.
I could totally see that being,
because we all knew they were just American Vietnam veterans, creeping around the jungle with knives and freaking las carbines. So it was like,
yeah. But I would use all kinds of fast suicide troops just to keep people busy.
Chat, they call that.
Yeah, and just keep them busy. And nobody ever understood that. Yeah, my Rough Riders or my infantry or my grab bikes, they're in hand-to-hand combat with shit they can't win. But while they're doing that, your shit that should be shooting my tanks and my Titans, they can't shoot. They're too busy. Mm-hmm. So I would just drop, template after template from Leviathans and Colossus and even a lot of my Titans. They'd have that one warp missile, a hand-to-hand weapon, some sort of infantry.
Those were the worst. The Titans that freaking had like a void missile. You shot it and you put that void template down, and anything it touched, it just disintegrated.
Yeah, right through your damn shields, right, your key targets, and once that was shot, once you blew that wad, your Titans were more or less, kind of expendable. They would run up and start taking out tanks or infantry or whatever because they did.
Well, like chess, everything is expendable.
Right, and my I had this group of players, one, two, three, four, five epic players, and none of them ever understood that. Yeah, your shit is expendable. And a lot of it, the only way it does its purpose is to run forward and die. That's literally its job. In
the
epic,
deal is this: you want it to run forward and either hang up an enemy troop that could be doing you great damage, or if you're really lucky, take something out that costs more points than it did.
Or even if not, it's still attrition, and your thing did what it was supposed to do, and now that their thing that was supposed to do
what
something.
I'm saying is, if you're trying to win tourneys, you're keeping track of points.
Oh yeah.
If I spent
Even in
100
epic, you're doing the
points for
same
this
thing.
squad, but I took 150 points out before my squad died, I'm up.
Yeah,
I am winning this battle.
even if it was one stand or just barely broken, company or unit.
Oh yeah. Like you can sacrifice a whole squad of Imperial Guardsmen with a commissar in a suicide charge against a Terminator unit, and as long as you kill 2 or 3 of the Terminators, you're on top.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So,
Yep.
And it can happen if that commissar happens to have Power Fist.
Well, in epic, it was just they're just numbers.
Well, I'm talking actual 40K. Another thing people do in actual 40K, and some people hate it, and I'm not even a fan of it, honestly, but it does happen. And that is once you dismount the Marines from the Rhino, you just move the Rhino to block a line of traffic. So if you're playing on an urban map, you discharge your Marines here, then you move the Rhino between 2 buildings and let it die.
Yeah.
Because
or ram it into some lesser infantry. That was always a thing.
Yeah, you can try that, and on 5 and 6, you might kill some of them or whatever. But unless when the thing destroys your Rhino, it rolls a 6, causing it to completely blow up.
Yeah.
Even if they destroy it, the hull of it just sits there, and now that's difficult terrain.
Yep.
Also, it can count as cover. So, I mean, you have people sacrificing. And then in 40K, Rhinos at one point were like, I don't know, 35 or 40 points.
Yep.
So, I mean, you get those Rhinos out there and just be doing whatever you wanted with them, right?
Yeah. I was a big fan of.
See, you're talking Space Marine, which has a lot of very similar concepts. 40K makes it even more in your face.
Yeah, it's a lot more granular. Because in Epic you're fighting a war, whereas 40K you're fighting a battle.
Right. Rhino block is a legitimate strategy. Well, it's not against the rules, so yeah.
And like you said, when they were super cheap, any player worth his salt would occasionally just throw a couple extra Rhinos with their last points, because you didn't know if they had troops in them or not until they parked in.
Yeah, we would mark ours, but then we wouldn't tell our opponent what the marks meant.
Right.
So I would know.
Yeah.
Tactical squad.
Your enemy should know if that transport's empty or full.
But here's what I'm looking at real quick. I'm looking at this big useless book, since apparently they're coming out with a 3rd edition, which is lame. But where is the army list? Let's see how much Rhinos are in this game. All right, here we go. The Imperial bunkers, defense lines. Okay, that's terrain stuff. Split fire, specialist weapons, Then we've got the specific legions. Okay, there's our different whatevers. I must have passed it. Let's go back here.
Table of contents or index?
Yeah, that's too easy, man. Come on. We don't do that around here. Or maybe we will because, yeah, I don't want.
That book's pretty thick.
Well, there's some great art in this book. I will tell you that. It's got the blood angels, and they're painted black with the red trim around the, or not blood angels, the dark angels.
The way God intended them to look.
Yeah. There's been a lot of new like videos getting posted on Custodes. That's weird because I don't think they've actually released Custodes yet as a playable army. That would be badass though. Like, but then again, I'm still hoping for them to release a freaking. They honestly, and they could make a lot of money if they would do it. Is like, come on, guys, you gotta release the Primarchs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if I'm playing a 3,000 point game, Blood Angels, guess who's going to want Sanguinius on the table? Me, right? So why have you not made a Sanguinius? And it wouldn't even be big. I mean, Sanguinius was like, I don't know, 10 feet tall or whatever, 11 feet tall. So it's not, I mean, he'd be about twice the size of your standard Space Marine commander. And if you wanted to, you could have his like angels as his honor guard, which are the ones that wear the gold and everything. And it could cost as much as a Warlord Titan, and that would be great, right? As a matter of fact, he would have to cost at least as much as a Warlord Titan, because in the story, Sanguinius literally did kill a Warlord Titan. Like, and then he murdered like a shit ton of greater demons as well. And countless lesser demons. He just, you know. And the worst of it is he knew Horus was going to kill him. Because Sanguinius was one of the... There's like 4 of the Primarchs that had prescience. So...
I was always leery of having any one unit or piece that was super costly.
Well, they used to call it Hero Hammer in certain editions. Because you would have like, in a 2,500 point army, you'd have like 500 points worth of troops and 2,000 points worth of characters. You know? But look here. I mean, any army that I would fit this guy in, I could instead fit Sanguinius in.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's a Blood Angels army, then all of your troops within whatever his command radius would just be freaking stoked, you know? Because the Angel's literally there with them. You know what I'm saying? And that would be
it's so easy to take those things out strategically.
That's not the point.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sitting here power gaming. I'm sitting here saying I just would like to have a 8mm Sanguinius to lead my damn legion. Is that too much to ask? I don't think it is. And I don't understand why Games Workshop hasn't made it happen yet. Mm-hmm. I also don't understand why Games Workshop has rules for the Custodes, but not a single miniature yet. It's like, come on, guys. Yeah, in fantasy, you would have like a 10 block unit of archers and a couple of 10 or 20 block units of infantry. And then you'd have like a level 4 mage on a dragon with like, you know, 500 points worth of magic item or something. I mean, it would just be ridiculous, man. But
especially an undead army. Oh my God, those were the worst.
Well, they were the worst because if you effed around and your necromancer got killed, you just picked that army up.
Yeah.
In the original first couple editions, yeah.
Absolutely. But if you were smart, you had several necromancers that could all summon more undead, you know, pawns and just, just keep coming.
Okay. problem with this, Shadow, and of course, this is like second, third edition fantasy. It might have actually went up to 5th edition. If your main necro died, the whole army just collapsed. It didn't matter if you had like other necromancers in the army. You just picked the whole army up. So if you were playing a game being led by Helmut, whatever, the freaking necromancer that wore the Solomon Kane hat, but it was made out of human skin.
Yeah.
If Helmut died, the whole army got picked up.
I know.
Now, back in those days, the undead leader de jour, of course, was Nagash.
Yeah. I think I know I had that model. And I still have that codex, or I have the Vampire Counts codex.
Well, in the beginning, it was just the undead.
Yeah.
And then I forget which edition they separated the undead between the necromancers versus the vampire counts. That was a little later on.
Yeah, but not by
in the original fantasy, you could have like what is it, the Von Karsteins, you know, and there's like
I actually have I think it's Isabel. I still have that miniature complete, like in a sealed blister pack. I was gonna paint it for something, but yeah. Oh,
and
yeah.
Then they had the pretty much later on. This might be 7th edition or so. They came out with the vampire book where it actually went into like more detail about specific kinds of vampires.
Yeah, that must have been 3rd.
So you could have like the Nosferatu type vampire. You could have the, you know, the bestial vampire that looks actually more like a giant bat than anything else, and you know, and all that time that they were cranking out all of those undead codexes, the Dark Elves never got a codex for like 14 years straight.
Who didn't?
That was nice. Yep.
Who didn't get a codex?
Dark Elves.
Really?
Yep.
Because I still have like a bunch of codexes from 2E, including the Lizard Man codex. Oh God, I love that army.
Dude, for the longest time, I don't know why. I can't explain why. But for the longest time, they just didn't make a Dark Elf codex. They made like 2 or 3 elf codex, high elf codexes, and wood elf codexes in the period before the Dark Elves got a new codex. Now, when they did get that new codex, it was badass. I mean, it was.
I'm pretty sure I had it. I had like, I literally had like, at that time, I think it was 2nd edition. I had every codex just so I could read up on potential enemies that I was going to fight.
Yeah, that was kind of their thing. They're, you know, spend $30 so you can know what your opponent can do, so that he won't catch you with any bullshit. Because, you know, as we played it here in Florida, your opponent does not have to tell you beforehand what his stuff does.
Yeah.
So he might have a unit out there on the table, and he don't have to tell you what that unit actually does until the unit actually does it. At which point it's like, well,
here's the rules.
Yeah, he can just slide his codex over and say, have a look at it. So, I mean, that might sound like a crappy way to be, but it was the way people were. You'll never guess. You want to talk about how stupid Games Workshop is? There were like 2 or 3 editions of 40K where the Blood Angels didn't have a codex. They put a codex out for the Blood Angels in a White Dwarf magazine, and it was like a 4-page spread in White Dwarf. So, and it sucked. It was really bad. And it's so weird because when the game started, the Blood Angels were actually the poster boys of the game. Like in the 2nd edition box set, that's Blood Angels on the cover fighting orcs. And then 3rd edition, they had the box set had the
Wait. I thought the second edition box set was the High Elves versus Goblins.
No, we're talking 40K again.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Blood Angels. Third edition was Black Templars. And then after that, it just basically somehow the Ultramarines become the golden boys of the 40K universe. So even though they did recently put out a box set full of Dark Angels, still 40 Ultramarines are the thing, you know.
You know what they missed the they missed the boat on two things.
Let's hear it.
There was never a space Skaven army.
Well, we've already went through that. Yeah.
But there was also never a space Lizardman army.
Originally, there were some miniatures made for Rogue Trader of like Slan warriors and all that.
Yeah.
And they were made for 40K, kind of like when the Zonotrope was not part of the Tyranids.
Right.
Still,
that was Rogue Trader era
the
stuff. Yeah, I remember those. That was a weird era.
And then for some reason, they decided they just weren't going to do that.
It's weird too because the Slan were like the oldest race, right?
Yeah, according to the lore, they were the ones that basically created most of the other races.
Mm-hmm. But yet they brought the Necrons out that were like the second oldest race.
Well, yeah, the Necron tier tried to convince the Slan to give them immortality. And the Slan told them to pound sand, they wouldn't do it. So then the Necron tier somehow made contact with the Catan star vampires, and we're like, hey, will you give us some immortality? And the Catan were like, yeah, sure, man. And what the Catan actually did is trick them into turning themselves into the Necrons. Yep, the Rogue Trader had Slan. They had the Gene Stillers were wild in Rogue Trader because they had like just a face full of tentacles. They didn't have the normal Gene Stiller face. I mean, they work the same way, but you know. And there for a while, you could buy. I don't know if they were resin or what. They might have been resin, but there were companies that sold the. It started with a Y. It was like a girl or whatever. The face for your Gene Stillers, and it just looked like Cthulhu's face, you know, like eyes and then like, you know, tentacles everywhere. If you wanted to like, you know, do Gene Stillers that way, because of course, you know, one thing about 40K players is a lot of 40K players, they really, really love the idea of making their army unique in whichever way it takes, you know.
I really missed that about the Rogue Trader era. Everything was, you know, it was kind of, you know, miniatures agnostic in a way. You know, you could pull out crazy stuff and build the stats for it or whatever vehicle.
I'm going to tell you something, and this is a hot take, Shadow. And I'm sure there's probably people in chat and elsewhere that will strongly, strongly disagree with me. Rogue Trader is not 40K. It's not first edition 40K. It has nothing to do with 40K. It's not 40K. It will never be 40K.
Then what was it?
Beat stuff out of me, Shadow. I'm not even sure what it was. Second edition was the first game that is kind of 40K. Because all of a sudden the Marines got lore, the Orcs and the Gretchen are doing shit. Things are a little bit.
Well, I mean, there was lore for the Space Marines in the.
Yeah, but it sucked. The lore for the Space Marines in like Rogue Trader were, they're just basically a lot of them mercenaries and shit, and they wear power armor and they run around shooting grenade launchers at each other and blah blah blah. I mean, no. I mean, you can see the hints in Rogue Trader where like basically you can see the ingredients of 40K in Rogue Trader, but it's not 40K. It's no more 40K than some dry flour and a cup of cocoa is a chocolate cake. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what
it's something else.
Yeah, but you could do so much with it. Even second edition, it was a box set, and the army lists, had all these variables. You could really like customize your.
Oh yeah, second edition was great, and then you had things like las cannon, 1 die 10 plus whatever AP, because it used like all the D&D dice.
Mhm.
It was like the melta gun did like 2 die 8 plus whatever, and then their when you shot a vehicle, you had a front view and a side view and a back view, and you rolled 10s to see where actually hit, if it hit. And the orcs had like 12 vehicles, and White Dwarf had like the rules for how to print out the freaking blueprints and build those orc vehicles, like the Gob Smasher and the Ed.
I had a friend who took one of my, I want to say it was like a Bane blade, 6 mil scale, right? And created out of plastic card a 25, 28 millimeter, whatever it was back in.
And you could.
Just from scratch. No, I mean,
in
just with his
calipers, edition, you could use them in tournaments even.
He would just he had no background on gaming or whatever. He just took his calipers and his rulers and did all the measurements and freaking made this monster thing.
There was a guy at our comic shop that made a Thunderhawk. That thing was like 2 feet long. It looked horrible. It didn't look like these new ones. It looked like the Epic Miniatures, so basically a flying brick.
Yeah, the shoebox.
But it didn't matter. He made one, like you're saying. But like at that time, during second, third edition, and into fourth edition, Games Workshop was literally giving you blueprints and instructions on how to build an Imperial bunker, how to build an orc gobsmack.
I have
how to build that, and it was all legal for play. And then at some point, I don't even know when, they got like all up their ass, and all of a sudden, they got uptight about that shit. What's up, OG? Yeah, it was an in-between game. It was like some guys that got together, I think Jervis and whoever.
And
Rick, they got together and they said, I've got this good idea for a kind of sci-fi version. Well, they had an idea for a sci-fi version of fantasy.
Yeah.
But then they never followed completely through with that, because then as they kept chatting it up, they went the other way. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, now, are there players out there like Omenal that still love Rogue Trader and want to play Rogue Trader? Yeah, play all the Rogue Trader you want. I'm not going to tell you not to, but it's not 40K. It's too different. It's kind of like with 4th edition D&D. It might say D&D on the book, but we all know that ain't D&D.
It was kind of like
a horrible game, but it's just not.
Rogue Trader was kind of like the Wild West of GW. You know what I mean? It was
absolutely, because the guys who wrote it didn't even know what in the hell they were doing with it.
Yeah,
they were just out there being like, "Hey, man, how about if we did this thing where
take care quickly, have a good weekend."
And power armor, we're running around and they're fighting orcs, but this was, I think, before the orcs were made out of fungus.
Yeah, way before.
You know what I mean?
That's a new thing.
And then the Eldar are there too, and they can sometimes be on the side of the Space Marines and sometimes not. And every single Eldar can be individually equipped with its own, type of shields and weapons and blah, blah, blah. And
especially the second book that came out that had, I think it was called the Inquisition or something like that. That the second book for Rogue Trader that had the Harlequins and all that Elder freaking craziness. The Harlequin's kiss and all those.
You haven't lived until some poncy, gay-looking Eldar has ran up and liquefied all of your insides.
with a
with
monofilament
some weird
wire
weapon,
shoved
you
up
know?
your dick hole.
Right. They just run up and hit you with this thing, and a monofilament cable comes out and just goes into freaking puree mode. Good
Yep.
times, right?
I'm telling you, man. That's
And no,
and
not
those
good
jet
times,
bikes.
actually.
You remember those metal jet bikes with the Joker face on them?
Yeah, they were the Harlequin jet bikes, and they had the big grinning clown face on them.
I freaking love that era, man. That was just so.
Look at quick. Thanks for letting you hang out. I couldn't stop you if I wanted to quickly. Well, maybe I could stop you, but I wouldn't. Have
Yeah,
fun with the bike, man.
that's kind of
That's way more important than hanging out, listening to us nerds talk about a game from the 80s anyway.
I know, right?
I mean,
Man, the '80s were so good. You know,
that was the time period that I fell in love with Games Workshop. And unfortunately for me, I fell in love with Games Workshop so hard in the 90s, the early 90s and stuff like that, that the nostalgia of that love affair kept me buying their shit up until now.
Not me. Did I ever tell you the story? How I told Games Workshop, I wrote them a letter back when we did that. I wrote them a letter and literally told them to go fuck themselves and rot in peace, because they had put out. I think it was right before second edition Warhammer Fantasy Battles, because I was so pissed off when I saw all the changes from first to second Fantasy Battle that I'm like, half my armies I can't play. I told them literally, in no uncertain terms to get bent. And you know what they did? They sent me a box of second edition Warhammer Fantasy Battles. Crazy, huh?
I hear my pup. Yeah,
Yeah.
well, that would never happen today.
No, God, no.
Today they would call you a fascist or something and tell
Right.
you they hated your guts and that this
They,
game
they
ain't for
post
you.
a letter on their website and get it with my address, so people would come to my house and egg it or light it on fire or some shit. Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
They probably somewhere in the archives have that letter, like in a file cabinet somewhere, you know. Yeah, good
But
time.
no, and that is, see, for the guys our age, that is the saddest part of this whole thing is the fact that we remember when Games Workshop was
Was
actually
the
really cool.
No, it was literally the coolest shit in the game store.
And the company was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, yeah, oh, you want to do this or that or this or that? Man, knock yourself out, right? And then I think it's when, and I forget the year, someone here might know, but there was the year when Games Workshop decided to become a publicly traded company. And that was pretty much the end of the good times, really.
For me, it was when they brought out Epic Armageddon, which was technically like the third edition of Epic Space Marines. The Space Marines are all on those popsicle stand, the units, and
they didn't even sell that box set at my game store.
I saw that and I'm like, yeah, all the pieces except the infantry, the metal pieces got bigger. The scales were way off on things, probably more accurate, but I've been playing first, second, and
well, scale creep was a thing, is a thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom.
Okay. Yeah, off grid. I mean, one of the reasons I really, really also loved Games Workshop products was because in my area of Central Florida, it was the game that people were playing. So if you wanted to like go to the comic shop on Saturday and socialize and hang out with the bros, and because it was really a bro game more or less back then, sometimes wives would show up with their, or girlfriends would show up, but usually they would all sit together at one of the side tables painting miniatures or something and talking smack. So, and it was like a social event down here. You showed up at your local Cosima Comics, which had like 8 4x8 tables you could play on, and then a shit ton of the fold out tables along a wall that you could paint and stuff, right? And it was just, you wake up on Saturday, you eat your breakfast. If your girlfriend wants to go, great. You and her cruise down to the local shop, which for me back then was like a 15-minute drive. And then there would be, I shit you not, like 30 plus gamers there, right? And so you could get a fantasy game, a 40K game, and sometimes you could get some of the other stuff. Like there might be a table where people were playing like War Machine First Edition, which sucked. Second edition was good. Or whatever, a historic game. Because back then I was in my 20s, and there was always, as I would call them, the graybeard gamers that were hanging about, playing historic war games. They didn't play 40K, but they played the hell out of like Johnny Reb and games like that. And of course, BattleTech was huge. There were BattleTech clubs, and their clubs would show up, and a lot of these clubs, they had like matching shirts and everything. So it was kind of just, yeah, it was great, man. And then unfortunately it become all about the money instead of the game, and of course the way people played changed. And I've mentioned this before. This is when you had the introduction of Games Workshop coming out with a model set, and that model set would be like OP as shit because they knew that people would either buy that model set for their current army, or if they didn't have the army that model set went with, they would start a whole new army just so they could have that model set, right? So you ended up with like Blood Crusher armies, and and the game just become a flavor of the week thing. That sucked. Right? So at the comic shop, I was known as the guy who plays Steel Legion, the guy who plays Blood Angels, and the guy who plays Dark Elves in fantasy. And that's literally for like a decade all I played there. So if you challenged me to a game, you knew you were either going to face Imperial Guard Steel Legion with a bunch of tanks and Chimera, well, 3 of the tanks. You were going to play Blood Angels, or if we were playing fantasy, you knew for a fact it was going to be Dark Elves. And then all of a sudden, when the tournament scene started heating up, and one of the worst things Game Workshop ever did is start catering to the tournament players. When that tournament scene started heating up, it's just like, that's when you had Flavor of the Month gamers and all that kind of shit. And it honestly, it was just like, just wasn't as cool, man. That's all. Just wasn't as cool. And a lot of people remember that. Yeah, the arms races and bullshit. But before that, man, it was like dudes generally had their favorite army, and they just played that army. Or if they had more than one, And you, like I said, you could actually get a reputation as the guy who plays whatever, And that went away. And then, like a guy I know, and I actually like him, like in real life, quite a bit. He's a decent guy. I mean, for an IT guy, let's say he's a decent guy. That's a joke. He's one of those guys that whichever army is going to win the tournament, more than likely, that's the army he plays. And not only does he play that army, but he plays whichever build. They call it net listing. Yeah. So this guy, nice guy, but he shows up to the game store with his net listed flavor of the month army all the time. And, I would still play against him with my Blood Angels because, whatever, but that's just what it was, And if you weren't prepared for that sort of thing, then you might just need to, either not play or, whatever, And I was there to play. So I even if the army was like some piece of shit flavor of the month, net decked, whatever, and I knew that I was probably going to lose, I was still going to play though, that's why I showed up. Right. And then, if he won, I'd shake his hand and be like, good game, bro. Now on the inside, I'd be like, look at this net listing, blah, blah, blah. But, I wasn't going to have like a lot of hard feelings about it. It was just like part of it. Literally, it was just like part of the hobby that you just had to learn to deal with. The net or the net listing and the flavor of the month and stuff. But that happened about 4th, 5th edition, somewhere in there.
I was I heard about that stuff, but I was way out of that at that point. When they did the Epic 40K thing and discontinued Man of War, I was like, I'm done. There's no reason for me to keep buying your products.
And boy, oh boy, did they piss me off about Man of War when they released that one game. And it was like Dread Fleet or something.
Yeah.
And I looked at it and I was like, holy shit, does that mean they're coming out with Man of War? No. Yeah, I mean, I like that happened a lot for a long time when I played Dark Elves because I never had a codex or anything. And I would see somebody drop like a unit of 100 zombies on the table and whatever. I mean, I knew I was going to lose. It didn't stop me from trying to win. I mean, I tried like hell, but when you've got, and it's not like the zombies were even good fighters. All the guy would do is he'd use his massive, school of zombies to tar pit my infantry units. So every round I would actually win combat, but the zombies would never run. And then the necromancer would replace any zombies I killed, and my unit was trapped in combat until he got another unit to flank or rear charge me, and then that would be it. So that's what the whole point of the zombies was to tar pit your expensive units, so that then his unit of whites or whatever, crypt whites or whatever, could come around and kill that unit. And as a dark elf player, there was just nothing you could do about that. Maybe if you got really lucky with the purple pit, what I mean, the one where you put the big ass template down and they have to make strength checks or remove anything under it. I guess you could try to take out the zombies, but spell cards are random, so you're not even guaranteed to get that. Yeah. And so am I whining? No, not really. I mean, I had a great time playing the game. I really did, My favorite unit was Dark Riders, actually. I loved my Dark Riders. They're the Dark Elves that are just riding normal horses, and they got repeating crossbows and spears. Those guys were so awesome because they're so fast. You could flank an enemy unit and just hang out in the flank shooting them with crossbows and shit. And by the time they would rotate the unit around, you could just be like, nope. and they're so fast that any heavy cavalry would never catch them. So it was just like, if somebody did manage to try and line up a charge, you could just withdraw, and you rolled like 3 dice 6, and you'd be like, yeah, not happening today. But those guys were awesome.
Were you playing the Dark Elves then? Were you playing them through the Dark Times, where you guys didn't have like a new codex for however long it was, like a decade? It's
like 12 years.
Yeah.
Like the High Elves got 3 codexes, 4 codexes. We got none.
Yeah.
But then when we did finally get a codex, it was a great codex. That's when they introduced like Lothgar, the freaking Corsair Lord, and all of a sudden you could play like so many different builds, and and that appealed to me a lot.
Yeah. It seems like at some point they got out of the whole like the newest codex was the most powerful army to force the guys addicted to winning to buying like a new army like every 2 months or whatever it was. I remember whenever we'd play over at the club or whatever, it's like, well, it looks like everybody's vampire counts now, or it looks like everybody's whoever.
For a long time, those vampire counts.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
we're beast mode. There was just nothing you could do about
the black coach or whatever. You're just like, oh come on, this thing again.
Yeah, black coach. And another thing, it was a cool model. The necromancer mounted on a corpse cart, and then attached to a unit of 50 zombies.
Yeah,
and then they could have like 3 of those, and the corpse cart made the necromancer's zombie summoning even better. So he could be a level 1 necromancer with summon undead, and he counted as like a level 2 or 3 or some shit. And then one of my favorite memories from that time is when you charge your enemy's heavy cavalry with your big ass group of Cold One Knights, and you get wrecked. And it's just like, why? I stopped even fielding Cold One Knights. And it's like, there's no point. You're slow, and they do shit.
Yeah. I was playing a game. I forgot what I think it was. My buddies were Skaven and Dark Elves rather, and I was doing Bretonia, and my buddy was Wood Elves, and it was just like, he kept running the cold ones because that was just the miniatures he had. He never had anything else.
Right.
So it was always that. His what were those? The bolt throwers that the Dark Elves always had, and something else.
Those bolt throwers were pretty good though. They could be good.
Yeah, those were pretty much. Those were pound for pound kind of his bread and butter, but everything else, it was like once you closed in on him, it was game over, which is what we did because it was like, I think I had an Amethyst Wizard, so I had Amaranth, which lets you teleport a guy 24 inches, and my buddy had Durthu the Tree Man, so I was like, all right, there you go, right into his artillery line, and that was the end of it, and it was like a 3-round game. But yeah, it just sucks that, they had cool cavalry that's like, these guys ride dinosaurs, and they suck. You're like, what? They're like, well, yeah, I mean, I've got a unit of Grail Knights, so I'm just going to charge the wedge into them, and they're pretty much done for.
Oh, my God, Bretonians.
Yeah, ridiculous army.
I remember it was the time of what'd they call it? The Flying Circus.
When everybody had a giant flying monster with their general on it?
The Flying Circus for Bretonia was like you took the bare minimum couple of cheap core units you had to take, which was generally, archers, longbowmen, and everything else in your freaking army was mounted on a Pegasus. Just units of Pegasus Knights everywhere. Yep. And then your Lord on a Pegasus. Everyone's on a Pegasus. They're all flying around. So
you get a Pegasus, and you get a Pegasus.
So if you had if you were playing dwarves and you were really trying to rely on war machines and shit like that, good luck.
Yeah.
Because they're all going away. It As soon as those Pegasus Knights get in the neighborhood, yeah, you're going to be picking up that steam cannon or whatever. And that was just like the game for a long time, too. For like, I don't know, the better part of a couple of years.
Yeah.
Even with the new old world, people were out there trying to rebuild that flying circus army. It ain't working.
I don't know what you're talking about, Off Grid, but I too am looking forward to George's Star Wars game in December.
Is he doing West End games?
Yeah, we've been playing it on my channel for a while, but we took a break for November because Owen's out of town and he's one of our players. And then after that, after we finish the Star Wars game, Owen's going to run the Alien game, and then after that, I'm probably going to run Planet of the Apes.
Those are all good games. I mean, I don't know about Planet of the Apes, but the other two are good games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Planet of the Apes is, it's a Star Wars D6 system. So,
that'll be a good game.
I just watched Escape from the Planet of the Apes last night, which a lot of people think is kind of like the weak link in the movies, with Cornelius and Zira on Earth. But I watched it, and did you guys ever watch the movie Colossus: The Forbin Project?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, you guys should check that out. It's a real slow burn, 1972 movie about the first, United States supercomputer, and when it goes online, it somehow links up with Russia's supercomputer, and they decide the two supercomputers decide they're going to run humanity. It's really, really kind of creepy, but it's 1972, so it's not like. But the lead actor in Forbin is kind of the bad guy in Beneath the Planet of the Apes, and it'd been Escape from the Planet of the Apes, and it'd been a while since I'd seen that. I'm like, you know what, this movie's still kind of good. Had a lot of big names in it, and
I can see the 70s. They're like computers. Oh no, new technology. We're terrified.
Well, I mean, it was like predicting AI before we actually get it, because we still don't have
sci-fi writers in the 1800s were predicting AI.
Right, but I mean, it was more realistic,
H.P. Lovecraft predicted AI, kinda. But H.P. Lovecraft's AI involved Amigo removing your brain, putting it in a jar,
right?
And then
Whisper in the Darkness, wasn't it?
And then
wasn't it the Whisper in the Darkness in wasn't it in your stomping grounds?
No. I mean, it was in the hills, but I think it was like Vermont.
Really, I thought it was Kentucky.
No, but I would make it in Kentucky just cause. The thing with the Migo is, one, they are not from Pluto. They have a massive empire of colonies, and they come to Earth because we have minerals and stuff they need for their technological bullshit. They're just an alien race that happens to have the ability to make elixirs that allow them to fold space. So it's like it seems like magic, but it's actually science. And
it was kind of weird, like in the old deities and demigods with the Cthulhu mythos in it, how the Migo just like flapped through space. I'm like, shut up.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's part of that whole thing.
The picture
right?
was really cool.
So when the Migo encounter a person that is like really smart, a lot of times they will kidnap that person, remove his brain because the human body cannot survive the trip. But the brain in the jar can, and they'll take it back to wherever and hook it into a big, data center, basically. So yeah, they use human brains as part of their computer system.
Yeah, do you guys remember the Great Race, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are we talking
the big clone with the three tentacles?
Or are we talking like from the 30s and 40s?
From the H.P. Lovecraft story.
I know
he did that. He did the grin. You see, he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, the Great Race. They're actually kind of the only immortals Because every time some shit goes bad, they just throw their conscience across space into some other poor schlub of a race. And then, can you imagine you're living your life and you're like, shit's cool, I love life. And then all of a sudden you're inside of a 10-foot tall, you like plant animal hybrid, you know, and you're like, what the hell is this? And then a shoggoth rips you in half. Or flying polyps for them. And you're just like, well, this sucked. I don't know.
Well, no, it was the shoggoths for the Great Race. I'm pretty sure they were shoggoths.
The shoggoths are the ones that took out the elder things. Yep. The flying polyps are the ones that took out the Great Race.
Okay.
No, from what I know, the shoggoths weren't like sentient. They were like a machine that they built, like a bioorganic thing that they would
for a
use
long
for
time.
their defense.
Well, they kind of rebel. They kind of did rebel against their masters.
That was
in a way.
the problem. They built them to be nothing but biomechanical slaves, and then over the years, the shoggoths got smart.
Yeah.
And the way the shoggoths killed elder things is they would encapsulate them, and then you suction to pull their heads off.
Did any of you guys, I know you probably didn't, but do you guys remember the Fabulous Furry Freak Brothers?
I try to avoid anything that has the name furry in it or the word furry in it.
Well, this was a 1960s weed comic book trio of characters.
Well, I don't read comics.
Fat Freddy's Cat, you remember that?
Nope.
Okay. Well, it was these three potheads, I think living in either LA or New York back in the day. And in one issue, because I managed to pick up these comic books, and in one issue, one of the Freak Brothers actually did the mind swap thing with the Great Race, and I was like, I'd already been playing D&D for a couple of years, and done some other things, and I had my deities book, and I was reading some Lovecraft, and I'm like, no way, this because it was written in the 60s, way before D&D.
And I'm more interested to know about these other things you did.
But just it's just played other games and read other things.
Yeah, because I've called you out on this. You have a tendency to be like really like sus.
Vague.
You're like, I played D&D, and
I meant that I was smoking weed. As a teenager, I was smoking some weed.
Are you the guy that actually made Chick write all those cartoons he wrote?
No. And I picked up the comic books at our local head shop, and I was like,
don't know what I'm even talking about.
I was really surprised that, because it took a while before I realized, Lovecraft wrote this stuff in the 30s and the 40s,
mm-hmm.
and people, kept reading this stuff. There was even a band called H.P. Lovecraft. I don't know if you guys ever heard them. You can find some of their.
They're pretty obscure. You could say they're like on a whole different cosmic level.
There's some of their music is on YouTube, and they were kind of popular. Like in the New York,
Shadow, please forgive me.
East Coast thing. But it's really weird how Lovecraft stuff like entered into other circles of interest.
There's a reason for that, and that reason is a man named Derleth, who, after Lovecraft had died and everything, and everybody started forgetting he had even lived, basically devoted his entire life to gathering up every single story Lovecraft had ever wrote, everything he'd ever wrote, even his letters that he wrote to people and stuff. And
I'm trying to get one of the books of his letters.
His ass off to get this shit published.
Did you know, though, he didn't just do that with Lovecraft? He also did that with some Robert E. Howard. Yes. He actually was the copyright owner of a couple of Robert E. Howard. Actually, I don't know if
I don't know if he owned Weird Tales or what his story was, but
I need to do a deep dive into it because I have some of his books because he also wrote cosmic horror, but he owns some of the original Cull stories.
Well, the thing that happened with him too is a lot of Lovecraft fans talk shit about him, because when he wrote his cosmic horror stories set in the Lovecraft universe, he used all the Lovecraft deities and whatnot, or aliens, really is what they are. And he kind of created this weird thing where, like, he divided all the great old ones up into like elements. So Cathagua and the fire vampires, Cthulhu was water, whatever and whatever, right? Which Lovecraft had never done. So then when it got more popular again, people actually started wanting the original Lovecraft stories. So August Derleth's stories kind of become like, the cousin no one liked. Actually, it's the same as L. Sprague de Camp versus R.E. Howard.
Yep.
It's the exact same thing.
Or Lynn Carter.
Plus, Derleth
Lynn Carter
happened to be a lot more religious as opposed to Lovecraft, who was whatever the hell he was. He actually
desperately needed
psychiatric care. Where the heroes ran off some kind of cosmic monster with a cross.
Yeah, the Nords, I think they
or
were,
whatever it was, because he was
something like that.
Introduce that. And a lot of the hardcore Lovecraft fans are like, well, I mean, the whole point is cosmic horror and nihilism, So,
yeah.
But I mean, he wrote some stuff too. And then, of course, the one guy that always gets left out of the conversation when you're talking about old school stuff, Clark Ashton Smith, who invented half of the shit people think is Lovecraft, but it's Clark Ashton Smith.
Right.
And not that that's a bad thing, since Lovecraft and him had a deal where they were like, yeah, use my shit, go nuts, And they talked back and forth quite a bit, just like R.E. Howard and Lovecraft were, pen pals. And
yeah, well, I think they had like a kind of like a book club, writers club sort of thing. Like I believe C.S. Lewis and
C.S. Lewis, Tolkien, and others were part of
Arthur Conan Doyle, maybe.
Or I don't know if these guys did. I think they're just pen pals. They didn't have like an official club. Well, look where they were, though. You had Lovecraft mostly in Rhode Island, Howard in Central Texas, and I have no idea where Clark Ashton Smith is even from. Probably New York or something, right? They were scattered all over the place. Whereas Tolkien's book club was just professors from Cambridge or wherever he was teaching linguistics. So it was a lot easier for them, And there were a lot of great writers in it. C.S. Lewis.
Yeah, I'm actually getting ready to. I've been looking for a copy of the Screw Tape Letters for a while, but I want like a really old copy.
Oh, I have a copy of them.
I think I have a paperback.
Yeah, I have.
But I was buying.
That my brother-in-law got me for Christmas.
I was buying some other old hardback books which I collect that are usually not like D&D kind of stuff. It's other things. Like one of the things I'm looking for is a Don Quixote, but good luck finding one of those.
Yeah, according to the Ninth Gate, the Don Quixote stuff he gets is worth like millions. So
yeah, there are some very expensive versions of that. And
George said sounds like Dune, and if he's talking about when we were talking about Warhammer 40K, yes, they just stole everything from Dune. Yeah. It was like, I don't know what the sequence of order was, but it's Dune, extra biblical stories from like the Zoran. And stuff like that. That's where you get your Primarchs and the Horus Heresy. That's all extra biblical stories about the war in heaven, which isn't even in the Bible, but it's, an extra biblical source. Kind of like how some of the Apocrypha are like kind of in, but not really. So yeah, you got Dune, Starship Troopers, the Bible, and then Tolkien. Tolkien's definitely a huge influence on 40K. That's where you get space elves and space orcs and all that shit. And Probably even more shit I'm not even thinking about, but that's the major four. And, a lot of people, especially when you mention, they ripped the Bible off, right? And people are like, what? And it's like, literally, his favorite son led a rebellion, 1/3 of the host of heaven, and blah, blah, blah. It's like,
well, the God Emperor is pretty much Conan Jesus. I mean, if you think about it, he's like this super powerful Messiah that's this big barbarian guy who conquers the world.
Yeah, he first appears in Turkey.
Yeah, Anatolia.
A million years ago.
James, apparently, off grid, one of his comments got censored.
Yeah, that happens, and I have no idea why.
Did you ever put keywords that you won't allow in your
Only
comments?
One, and let's say it rhymes with ginger.
Okay.
Because only a ginger can call another ginger a ginger.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
he's singing. There's this little word you're not supposed to say. It has an N, a G, another G, an E, and an R. And so you think he's getting ready to drop the N-bomb, but then he goes off with only a ginger can call another ginger a ginger. And he has like this British guy has like the big puffy red hair. He looks like freaking what's her name from Brave, except it's a dude. So, Myrda. He could be like Myrda if Myrda had like become trans or something. Took a bunch of testosterone. But anyway, so what was your question, Shadow?
Did you have...
I'm sorry about that. Sometimes it's even like the stupidest word. I've tried to send people like money chats, like to Double D or something, and it'll be like the stupidest word that like for one, you can't use whore at all. And I know Double D doesn't have that word blocked. YouTube says no to whore. Or
really, I just watched the video.
Like
I just watched it. Well,
it's auto blocked.
It's not. It's not spelled properly in the title of the video. I watched the video just yesterday, and the word is like WH star RE or something like that.
A lot of times don't even get those.
And it's the word is said multiple times in the video, but maybe because of the accent.
Well, if I were going to say whore from now on, I would say WHOO-AH. Hua. And that way it would sound like Peter Still from Typo Negative saying whore.
Oh, no, I knew you weren't off grid. But he says he
put a screenshot. Like a Jersey thing.
Yeah, you just put a Brooklyn accent on it, and you're like,
it's like, she's a filthy whore.
It's like, off grid, I'd like to see that screenshot just so I know what kind of words George I need to watch out for as well.
George got censored the other day too. George, you're such a stereotype. I was watching this thing about stereotypes in Europe, and it was like Greece. All of Greece's neighbors love the Greeks. And every Greek is a fat, hairy dude whose name is George or Nicholas. And they make good food. And that was like the Greek stereotype. And then it was like Macedonians. They somehow have thicker eyebrows than the Greeks. You wrote something about disliking something. Yeah, I mean, it makes no sense. And it's not even something I personally can control. It's like the algorithm will straight up jack your shit for no good reason. It just...
Yeah.
And I don't like it, I think there's nothing I can do about it.
I think we were talking, somebody was talking on a stream, and I brought up Tabaxi because everybody was bringing up how everybody's playing tieflings and Tabaxi because they want to play demons or furries.
Right.
And I typed out we'd sooner accept a skooma dealing Khajiit than a dirty Tabaxi, and they censored that. It's like they saw the dealing, maybe they didn't. Maybe they know what skooma is because that's like the weird like heroin in the Elder Scrolls world. So they were like, yeah, they censored that. I was like, wow, that's very specific.
I wonder if they would have censored lotus chewing.
Yeah, you've like that's very like it's from 2 centuries ago.
Yeah, and in Clark Ashton's works and in R.E. Howard's works, like wizards and various other idiots chew on whatever types of lotus to get high.
Right.
There's like yellow lotus and black lotus and gray lotus. There's like 20 types of lotuses. And
Yeah.
some
Well,
of them kill you and others make you high. And
that goes back to the old idea of kind of Orientalism, where they were what was it? They thought they called them the land of the lotus eaters and stuff like that. So
right.
it was just like, oh, okay.
Oh man. You hear the boys? They are definitely going somewhere at high speed. It's a fire engine. I can tell by the siren. But yeah, the island of the lotus eaters and all this sort of shit. And
Yeah,
I'll tell you what, which Shadow will see it if he gets the actual DM's guide. The referee's guide to Hyperborea has like a 3-page essay on all of the types of lotus and where they grow on Hyperborea.
Yep.
It also explains Hyperborea, which turns out the land beyond the north wind, tens of thousands of years ago in the past, was a continent in what is now the Arctic Ocean. And there was this deal where there was this north wind around this continent. And if you could make it through the north wind, through the tundra, on the other side of the north wind, it was temperate. And the people that lived there were like 7 foot tall, golden haired, whatever. And then at some point, it sunk under the ocean, right? But in this lore, it didn't sink under the ocean. It got snatched up and it's orbiting Saturn now, thanks to the Sagwa.
Right.
And like the Cimmerians have a story of how they were fighting the Ixians and the whatever the other tribe was, and they were fleeing through this valley in the mountains, and all of a sudden they came on this wall of like mist and fog, and they ran through it trying to get away from the tribe that was hunting them down, and they ended up on this freaking thing with Saturn in the sky. And that's pretty much how all the races on Hyperborea got there from Earth. Like the Atlanteans, when Atlantis sunk, a mist came and some of the Atlanteans ended up on Hyperborea. And the same with the Amazons and the Scythians and the Thracians and, But unfortunately, they were all doing great and having a great time together, like a big party, chewing lots of lotus and getting drunk and banging whores. And then the Green Plague came and killed 90% of every human on the whole place. And that pretty much destroyed the empire of the Hyperborean people. And then common people, which they call subhuman, ended up taking over everything. Because the Hyperboreans consider the Celts and Cimmerians and whatever to be subhuman.
Yeah.
And my brother is playing a Hyperborean in the game, a Hyperborean cleric devoted to Aurora, which is the god of the north wind, which is one of the main gods the Hyperboreans worship. So
I should have my book according to the tracking number like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week.
I mean, it's super awesome that you freaking got it for as cheap as you did.
I always do.
Well, I'm just saying, I bought the updated version because
I have some really tried and true tricks and I'm super patient when it comes to stuff like that. Because I've been looking at, remember when Bear showed off his copy that he got from Clericon?
Yeah.
Oh, I did. I put a search in on YouTube and I just hit the buttons and I go look and, click, what's the lowest priced version right now. And,
well, it's definitely not a game for everyone. I could see some people who
I beg to differ. Like in the last 2 months, I had never heard of that game, but in the last 2 months, I'm hearing about it from you and Bear and Bloodworth and some of the other guys that I don't normally watch, but because it's been that
I
those words have been
kickstarted
popping.
the game when 3rd edition was announced.
But
So
I'm seeing other channels that are talking about it.
Yeah, somebody started
it
recent
is
word of
fine.
mouth for sure. Yeah,
Yeah, because I didn't even
I
do
heard
a
it from
search. I didn't
Dan
even,
Bloodworth.
yeah, it could be.
and what do you call it? I've never done a search or even typed those words in my YouTube feed search bar, but it's showing up from other people. Which that happens now. I've noticed other things we've talked about, and then I'll like leave this show and then just check what's going on YouTube, and sure enough, there's like videos pertaining to things we were talking about.
Google owns all of it.
Yeah, so they're listening
So
and they're trying
listening
to.
and they're trying to tune your life to be
Trying to
what you
cater.
talk.
Well, they're trying to cater to what we watch just to keep us watching.
Yeah.
They really don't care what we watch as long as YouTube is on, which is fine because my tablet
Because
is
you
almost
are the
always-
product.
Mhm.
If you are watching something and they're not making you pay to see it, it means you're the product.
They're just getting information to help keep me on YouTube, and it's like, guys, you don't have to do that. I'll be here. I'll find something. You don't have to work so hard to get me to watch.
They started that Shadow because of the selling advertisements.
Mhm.
But that's basically kind of become a good luck with that shit kind of situation.
Yeah, because I just turn the volume down as soon as there's an ad, or I wait to 30 seconds or whatever it is and skip it.
Yep.
And I'll even say, I am never buying this product, Google. So I don't even.
It's not even just that, bro. It's that the big advertisers are no longer wanting to advertise on YouTube.
Yeah, because they know that we can get around it and we don't care, and that it's not really all that effective. I can count on like 3 fingers the things I've seen in a YouTube ad that I went, oh, I want to buy that. Unfortunately, one of them is rather expensive, and I'm getting it as a Christmas present for someone this year. But I am kind of glad that I saw it because I'm like, you know what, that's kind of badass.
I do love the podcast of the Lotus Eaters.
I've never watched a single one. I've heard of it,
Well, if you don't like Sargon, then Avocado,
don't even know who he is.
He is a British guy that's been around YouTube for, I guess, 20 years or so. I remember when he was young and fat and wasn't married. And he did videos of himself standing by a canal, like using a sling. Because he was always into like history and shit. So, like, he was Sargon of Akkad, and he'd get out and be like, the ancient Greeks would do this shit. And then he started doing some 40K stuff. And then he got like, he's still around. He got political. Then he ran for an office, but then he lost. Mainly because he made a joke. This woman was talking about grapage and shit. And Sargon was like, I don't know who would ever want to grape her or some shit like that. And people.
He said, I wouldn't even.
I wouldn't. Yeah. And so then he started.
So who would he is, I think, the next question.
So then
who would he
started the podcast of the Lotus Eaters, which is a bunch of predominantly British. I think there's a Greek dude that shows up all the time, or used to. And they just talk about everything from politics to philosophy to whatever.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of what they do. And so if you've got like 35 minutes or an hour and you're not doing anything else, and it's what comes on when the YouTube automatically skips to next. I mean, I don't jump out of my chair and immediately leap across the room to try and turn it off. I'm just like, okay, let's see what these guys got.
Yeah, it's not a Lex Friedman interview where you're just like, oh, skip, Jesus, this guy's gonna put me to
sleep.
Right?
Oh my God, I had the longest time because I didn't know about autoplay. If a video ended, it didn't matter what it was. A Lex Friedman video interview would come on, and I'm like, who the hell is this loser?
Yeah, it's like astroturfed Joe Rogan robot, and you're like, what is this nonsense?
But worse. Yeah. But worse, with obvious, ties and affiliations and biases. And I'm like, I don't care. I don't care who. I don't care if you're interviewing someone you like.
Forever. He is
because Jackie showed me how to turn off the autoplay and block him.
Well, I didn't block him, but he's a Ukrainian-born ethnic Jewish guy who somehow got millions of followers, but I have no idea how that happened. And I'm not, I have no opinions about it really, other than, well, isn't that kind of strange, This guy shows up, and the next thing you know,
it's a coincidence.
Followers, and he's on everybody's feed, like you said, Shadow. I'd be watching like It's a Gundam, and we'd be talking about some crazy shit, and then it would go off, and then all of a sudden, Lex Friedman.
Yeah,
which would be awesome if I wanted to take a nap.
Right. Well, that's the thing. You go from really funny comedian of It's a Gundam to Lex Friedman to lull you to sleep.
And he's
I could find way better things to listen to.
We have Jordan Peterson with us.
Yeah,
and then Jordan Peterson, but he sounds like Kermit the Frog. He's like, "Hi, hello, this is Jordan Peterson, and today we're going to talk about cleaning your room." And I'm just like,
why shouldn't we? Why shouldn't we talk about cleaning our room? And you're like, oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Yeah,
freaking philosophers.
Men need that responsibility.
Yeah, I have not had Lex Friedman show up in my timeline in like.
Yeah, Jackie showed me how to turn off autoplay and
I mean, I didn't even know he was still out there. Stelius. Yeah, Stelius is the Greek guy that shows up on Lotus Eaters on occasion. And they also have that, I think he's Church of England. He's like a half black dude. He's either Church of England or Roman Catholic because they dress the same. And he's on there sometimes when they're talking about like religious stuff, they'll have the priest on.
I forget his name. He did a debate at Oxford. I know that guy you're talking about, though.
Yeah,
he's
but
really
usually
good.
It's just 4 British kind of, working drones. They're just sitting there having opinions about shit.
Wage slaves.
Yeah, wage slaves. One guy, he's the posh blonde-haired guy, and he's always bitching about London because he lives in London. And Carl Benjamin's always bitching about them building low-income housing in the middle of the beautiful British countryside. Because he's like, no, tell them to go home. Don't destroy our beautiful British countryside. It's like, whatever, Actually, it's really good because in a way, they're showing you what we have to look forward to if we don't watch our asses. Because England is like 5 or 10 years ahead of us as far as the social economic bullshit.
Right.
So, and I think we're going to be okay, honestly. I'm an optimist. I think we're going to be okay. But Britain, unless they do something pretty drastic in their next elections and stuff, they are just hosed.
Well, they did, and the entirety of Europe did the jump headfirst into have unelected people tell you how you should run your country. And it's like, yes, let's all just ditch our sovereignty and become economic zones and see what happens. And it's like, oh, the hyper rich now control us. Who would have expected this would happen?
Germany has finally conquered Europe.
Yeah,
I mean, they've been trying for a while.
It took them 2 failures, and then they realized, oh wait, maybe we just don't need to shoot any bullets. And then there you go.
Yeah, we'll just convince people into letting us rule them, and it worked. I mean, because Germany basically runs the EU, and now I know the EU was like they were made to look really bad when they overturned that Romanian election.
Boy, because they didn't want the NATO base there. Yeah,
because they didn't want the guy who won to win, so they just said no.
Yeah, because that was his whole stance. He's like, we're not going to put the largest NATO base from Germany to Romania, pretty much making us the nuclear target for Russia.
Right.
Because that's all it was. Germany was like, hey, yeah, maybe we should just build a big base in Romania a little further east. And we'll say it's because, easier rapid response. And it's like the missiles would hit at the same time. They're just shifting the mushroom clouds over a little eastward to Romania, which they obviously don't care about.
Agreed. Off grid. Agreed.
But yeah, I'm with off grid. Yeah, I run Brave too. That's what's nice. You get no ads, none of that tracking, any of that stuff. Just get rid of it.
Yeah, we shouldn't be. And you'll notice every time our top 2 elected officials go over there and talk to those knuckleheads, they like put them on Front Street about the bullshit going on in their country, man.
Yeah,
like,
about freedom of speech.
Freaking Vance went over there and called them out a couple times. It's like, and they just sit there. I have no sympathy for them because I remember when Trump was like, Germany, you need to stop buying all your power from Russia. And the Germans laughed at him.
Yeah.
And now it's like, oh, okay. Yeah.
And then all it took was the blowing up of the Nord Stream pipeline. And it's like, whoop, there you go. All your natural gas prices just quadrupled.
Yeah. Good news is you can buy it from China at very expensive rates. And the good news is China buys it from Russia and just ships it to Europe. So it's like Russia's still making...
why not?
You know what we haven't heard about in a while though, and I'm really curious why Trump hasn't made a big deal about it. Remember, our national reserve was completely depleted in the last 4 years.
Oh, oil?
Yeah.
They've pretty much gas prices down here have dropped by like $1 and change.
Yeah, not here. They're still over $5 a gallon. Right, but I'm wondering
if your state applies to any other state.
I know. I'm wondering if Trump has, diverted any fuel back into our oil reserves to fill up the depleted tanks. Man. But we haven't heard about it.
Well, tell you every time he takes a poop. I mean, geez.
No, but that's like a big issue. I mean, think about it.
To you, it's only a big issue to you. You know what's a big issue to me? $2.25 a gallon, as opposed to months ago when it was like 4 and change. That's what's important to me.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you would think
we really don't need to worry about a strategic fuel reserve since we're not going to war.
No, but we should still have some in the tank. You know what I mean? I mean, those things were like,
which damn near shadow. By the way, here's to Russia conquering 3 more major cities in Ukraine and being like less than 50 kilometers from the capital of Zaporozhye Oblast. And the Ukrainian news saying, there's no way we can win. It's inevitable that Russia will either get what they want or will become not a state. I told them.
Yeah, who saw that coming? Who had that on their bingo card besides this guy?
Years ago, I told people.
Yeah.
And no one wanted to listen, and everybody wanted to put Ukrainian flags in their freaking X whatever bullshit. And I would tell them, I'd be like, you guys, you're backing the wrong horse. It's not.
Yeah. Pretty soon, those flags are going to become collector's items.
Here's the deal. If Zelensky wasn't an idiot, he would allow the breakaway republics of Donbass, Luhansk, whatever, to be independent states, and Russia would take that deal. And the war would end. Ukraine wouldn't have anything on the other side of the Don River, but okay, whatever. They'd at least get to keep the western part, right? But the leadership of the Ukrainian military and government has been completely stupid. Just
it's it's almost intentionally stupid.
Right.
I wonder about that because who's dying? Orthodox Christian men on both sides. That's who's dying.
The ones that didn't flee to Poland in the early days.
Slavs.
That's the interesting thing. That's the interesting thing about these conflicts now that are happening, whether it's either in the Middle East or in Ukraine. You look at when the invasion of Iraq happened in 2002, I think it was. We had guys embedded at the tip of the spear with the Marines going into the country. We had guys like on the aircraft carriers. We had reporters everywhere. it's like a quarter century later, and we don't have any information. We just have speculation. That's it. And the more I kind of look at it, it really just seems like Ukraine is just like a big test bed for drone warfare. And it's kind of like how the Spanish Civil War was before World War II, where you had a lot of other countries getting involved pretty much to test out their military material before they launched into World War II.
Germany had the Condor Legion. The Germans were giving them Panzer 1s and 2s. The Russians were giving them their light tanks.
Yep.
And then America
and look at what we're giving to Ukraine. We're like, hey, could you test out these drones? Check out these new anti-tank missiles.
Well, we have learned one thing from the Russian-Ukraine war is that drones can be a bitch.
Yeah.
They can totally slow down everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy too to see how they
out from under a tree at all times.
It's interesting to see how they work too. They launch them with nets of fiber optic cable because there's so much jamming going on that you can't do remote control of anything like throughout Ukraine. There's so much electronic warfare going on that they actually, it's like a spider web of fiber optic cable they send out all these drones with. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is. I mean. And I will give it to the Ukrainians, those that have been fighting. They have been fighting hard.
Have you guys seen those new anti-drone shotgun shells?
I know Russia had started issuing their soldiers 12-gauge shotguns and buckshot or birdshot.
Yeah.
It's a
simple way of doing it.
No, these are different. These are different.
Or 250 dirt bikes that they buy from China to move troops around because apparently the dirt bikes, they're small, they're really fast, so they're hard for drones to hit. And then when they get to the trench or wherever, they're invading because they give these to their Z units, their assault units. They just lay the bike down and slide it right into the trench and jump out and grab the rifle. It's like Mad Max going on over there, you know.
These shotgun shells I saw in this catalog I got in the mail, believe it or not, actually fire like nets.
Yeah.
To gum up the.
I know there used to be like 30 millimeter grenade launchers or 40 millimeter grenade launchers.
Oh, these are 12-gauge shotgun shells.
So,
I mean, buckshot will work too.
I saw a video on. Hell, Bruce told me about it. Spicy pepper or whatever. And there was a Russian guy, I forget which city he was in, and he had his AK-74 in, and they were filming him, and he shot down 4 drones at like long range with an AK. It was like you'd see the drums, and he'd just be like, pow, pow. And the drums.
So like really high-tech skeet shooting.
Yeah. Well, they were showing they had the 7.56 like special frangible rounds to shoot them down too. It's not as good as like birdshot, but you still get a spread.
Right.
So it's probably
this guy was using the 5.45 round, which is very, very similar to 5.56. I mean, it's 2,200 feet per second. It's a relatively small round, but unlike 7.62, it can be accurate out to like 350, 400 yards. So, yeah, there's been some crazy innovations in that war, but the main issue, and this is what I've said, first off, yes, OG, you're 100% right. When the CIA backed the Maidan coup, we should have known shit was getting ready to go down. And it did. The little green men popped up all over Crimea, and Crimea became Russian. And then the comedy actor becomes president and spends the next 8 to 10 years murdering civilians in Donbass region.
Yeah, well, it's really weird when you think about it, though. For a guy who's a supposed comedian,
he ain't very funny.
No.
Yeah.
Not only is he not funny, he seems like really bitter, angry, and shifty.
Well, shifty is. Okay, Ukraine is one of the most corrupt countries in the world, and I think the most corrupt country in Eastern Europe. It like leads Eastern Europe in corruption and sex trafficking and all that.
Yeah, back in the 80s, most of the kids we rescued, the boys ended up going to Ukraine, and the girls to the Middle East.
Yeah, it's a shithole country. They export Ukrainian kids to the Middle East. So
Yeah, but they're not their kids. That's the problem.
Right. So,
They were our
you've
kids.
got that. You've got one of the most corrupt countries on the planet. Zelensky owns a home in Miami and Tel Aviv, and a lot of money that has just went missing. People are like, and then on top of that, Ukraine sold a lot of the equipment they were being given by the West to like Iran.
Right.
So, like missile systems we were sending them were ending up in other countries. And it's like,
well, that was back to back. Remember, we pulled out of Afghanistan and left all the equipment there, and then we just shipped crates of this equipment supposedly for the Ukraine, but with no paper trail.
yeah.
Because
So
remember the argument in Congress was, hey, we want to see where this stuff is going, and they said no. And it's like, how's that? How do you justify that with an argument? And it's like, well, that's why that whole trade with Brittany Griner and the Lord of War. It was like, well, let's get him back into business here, and he's going to start arming all these guys. It wasn't a coincidence that the new president of Syria, after they got rid of Bashar al-Assad, was a former Al-Qaeda member.
Yeah, right.
He was installed. He probably got a sweet deal in Gitmo where they set it up going, hey, look, you're good at organizing people. You want to be the president of Syria? You just have to do X, Y, and Z, and we won't kill you.
And what's terrible about that is after he got put into his position of power, he went on to, murder a couple 100,000 of the Syrian Christians and Druze.
Yep.
So it was like, that's one thing I if somebody were to be like, name something you don't like about the Trump administration, that would be one. Why are we buddying up with this former ISIS guy that's going out of his way to just murder as many Orthodox Christians in Syria as he can? What's up with that? But then again, on the other hand, as the president of the United States, Trump has to be a pragmatist about things too. And he has to look at what's in our best interest versus the world. Yeah.
Hey guys, I gotta take off for a bit.
Go ahead.
I know you'll probably be here.
No, I probably won't actually. Like I said, today is not a day that I'll be on for a super long time because we may be going to the west coast of Florida to visit my in-laws. And that'll probably happen as soon as my wife is off of work, which is like an hour.
So you'll be gone next week then?
No, we would be home Sunday, maybe Saturday night.
Oh, okay. Because I want to send you something via Discord.
Okay.
So
I still
it'll be
like Discord
private.
and everything. I mean, they got internet.
No, I know, but it'll be in the next couple of hours. But I gotta go take care of something.
Yeah.
Paul, good seeing you. Have a great weekend, guys.
Yeah.
I'll be around.
I hope.
Yeah. Happy trails.
Yeah.
Guys.
Wherever. Yeah, it's like I'm just going to Plant City. It's by Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna hang out. My father-in-law, he usually goes all in and buys like a prime rib or something, or steaks or something. And then we sit around and play board games and shit for like until late, and then get up the next day. And if I'm lucky, he'll make his homemade waffles because, he makes homemade waffles. And then you play board games. And if you want to get lit, because the guy keeps his liquor cabinet freaking topped off, you know what I mean? And,
sure.
Yeah. And then he's got a swimming pool, which I never get in, but he keeps that joker at like 90 degrees, man.
Oh,
so
wow.
It's more like a hot tub than a swimming pool, What I mean?
Yeah, you're like, you swim a lap and you're like, man, I'm really exhausted. I don't know what it is, but
that's what he and the mother-in-law like. They like the pool to be freaking screaming hot. And hey, as long as they're not moving to the villages, I'm cool with all of it. If I find out they've been hanging out around the villages, though, I will not be getting in the pool anymore.
Yeah,
because I don't know what could be passed through that pool water, right?
Right? Yeah.
But
just gonna wear I'm gonna wear a wet or a dry suit in here like I'm going scuba diving.
Yeah, don't mind me, but I'm putting a condom on before I get in. I'm not ducking my head under the water because I don't.
I got some of this.
Yeah.
I got some of that fancy Mormon magical underwear to protect me here. So.
Yeah, right. I have an uncle that converted to that Mormonism.
Oh, Latter-day Saint. Yeah.
He even went to freaking Utah to the big place to get him and his wife sealed, which, according to them, means they'll be married in heaven and blah blah blah. It's like, my family's pretty open-minded, though. Everybody was just like, "Huh, okay."
Mm-hmm.
I mean, now, of course, I don't believe a damn bit of it, but
sure. But that's the thing. It's like
I'm not going to get in a fight with my uncle at the barbecue either. You know,
if family's happy, if they're happy and not hurting anybody, then good for them. They're not,
You know what really bothers me about Mormons? Like, I know for a fact they're heretics, but they're so nice.
Right.
When you meet them, they're just so damn nice and wholesome and family oriented. And like, you're sitting there looking at them and you're like, yeah, these guys are obviously straight up like a cult of heretics, right?
Right.
But they're living better than a lot of people who actually do believe the right thing.
Social
like
cohesion. That's the thing. They stick together. So there's something to it. It's a very basic thing. And people are like, why are the Mormons doing so good? And it's like, they help each other out.
I grew up on the Deseret Ranch here in Florida for a couple of years. I lived out there. I can't say grew up, but for a couple of years I lived out there. And I had two friends. One of them was Tater Porter. I don't know what his first name actually is, but I do know he was a rodeo champion for years.
Okay.
And then the other one, his name was like Andrew Ashton or something like that. And he had like 10 brothers and sisters. And his mom stayed at home and did their piano lessons and everything like that. And his dad worked on the ranch.
Right.
And it was like, they were always so cool. Like, I was kind of young at the time, but like, I'd come over to hang out and they'd be like, they'd welcome me in, even though, whatever. I went to their church once, and I'll tell you, if you're just sitting in the pews on a Sunday, it's no different than Baptists. Right. It's like you kind of got to get into it before you find out like some of the other things that you probably already know, because South Park put all that shit on blast, right?
Oh, really? I didn't watch the whole thing. I know, they definitely lampooned the whole creation of the religion.
Well, the blonde-haired guy grew up in the LDS church.
Okay.
So that's how he knows. But if you didn't know any better, though, if you're just sitting in a pew listening to the preacher or whatever talk, you'd be like, no different than any other Baptist church. I mean, Yeah. So, but like I said, the biggest confusion I have with them is, how are they so good? They're just so good. And it's like, man. So in a way, I'm kind of a little bit wish other people would be as good as they are. But I actually had two little cuties come to my house. Me and my wife were in the front yard working in a garden or something. And they were wearing like prairie dresses and little homemade prairie shoes, etc. And they were both kind of tall and blonde. And they walk up and they're like, do you mind if we talk to you about religion? And my wife is like, my husband doesn't. And she gets up and walks in the house. And I walk up and they're like, we're here from the, they start their spiel. And I say, I know where you're from. I know. I've read the Book of Mormon. And they're like, oh, so would you? And I'm like, no. And then they're like, well, if you don't mind us asking, like, what do you believe? And I'm like, well, I'm Russian Orthodox Christian. And they were just so sweet. They're like, we've never met an Orthodox person before. And I'm like, yeah, we didn't used to exist so much in North America, but now we're just taking over,
Yeah.
And we were just sitting there just chatting and BSing around, and they were some of the most pleasant young ladies I'd ever spoke to. And at no point were they disrespectful about anything, but eventually I looked at, the time, and I'm like, girls, we have been talking for like an hour. And they're like, really? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, if you're going to do your mission work, I mean, you better get to it. You can't spend all your time with hanging out with some old guy over here. And they were like, well, if we ever come back to this neighborhood, we're going to visit you. And I was like, well, yeah, you can, I'll get you some sweet tea or something,
Sure.
I mean, and these girls couldn't have been more than 18 or see, at my age, I have a hard time telling if someone's 16 or 20.
Right.
Anywhere between that, I'm like, it's a kid.
Mm-hmm.
It's not quite sure, I mean, I can kind of tell, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm 54, so I see a 16-year-old next to a 19-year-old, and I'm like, they're both really young, but I can't, Yeah, the tabernacle, Bruce. And so, yeah, that's the whole story, PB. That's the whole story. I have nothing else to say about it. They were really, really nice. They were really, really sweet. They were really, really respectful.
Sure.
They actually acted interested in like everything I had to say. They would ask me questions about my religion, and they were super like, wow, but
they were taught in communication that the step one is listening. That's pretty much what it is. Don't go in with a sales pitch. Just take it in.
Yeah, I should have been taught in communication.
Pretty young gals, honey to attract the bears. Yeah, see. Meanwhile, they're already married off.
Maybe so. You're right. This happened. The nephew I always talk about that's in the Navy, he met this attractive, tall, blonde Mormon girl, and she talked him into going to their church, and he actually like converted to Mormonism, and then she broke up with him. And then he stopped going to their church. So yeah, they were trying to honeypot him in, but also maybe they weren't, and maybe this girl just realized that she wasn't going to have the life she wanted with a guy who is a submariner, because he is the nuclear tech on a boomer, right? He's the officer in charge of the reactor on a boomer, which I might get to tour Thanksgiving. And so if she wanted a husband that was going to be home and give her 20 kids and whatever, I mean, this guy's going to be gone 6 months out of the year, because they go out on 3-month cruises and then sometimes bigger cruises. But I'll tell you what, I didn't want to I can say they were pretty. I didn't have any sexual urge towards any of them. They were too young. And like I said, they could have been 25, but when you get around my age, plus the fact that they had no makeup on, they were dressed in plain prairie dresses that they probably made themselves, and the little slippers, it was like they looked like little dolls. And that even extra messed me up as far as knowing how, hell, brother, avenge me. That's my rule, brother. We share parents.
Yep.
We share 17 of 32 mothers.
I don't know how that works, but.
Yeah, me neither, but it was a line from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe.
Mm-hmm.
When Ford meets the president of the universe or whatever.
Sure.
And he tells the British guy that they share 17 of 19 moms or some shit. And it's not sure how that works, but okay. Of course, Bruce is going to jump in, and I'm not going to have too much time after he does. Bruce does that a lot. He'll join the stream, and 30 minutes later, I'll be like, well, gotta go.
Yep. He's just there. He's there for the send off,
Yeah, he's just hanging out.
He's there to close the show.
Hey, what is up? The cyborg, who I believe is a Grim. Is that you, a Grim? Or no, the cyborg. That's freaking my brother's stepson. Yeah, I remember now. I can't keep up. Everybody seems to have like 20 freaking online names. I can't keep up with all that shit.
Yep.
You and young Master Gregory are out and about on the town, and you decide to pop in to say, hey, well, hey. I had the biggest disappointment the other day. I ordered a can of authentic Korean. I know. I ordered a can of authentic Korean kimchi, and I didn't look at the ounces. And this can showed up, and it was like that big around. It was like the same size as you get like green chilies in. And I was just like, what am I supposed to do with this?
Right.
So I made ramen noodles and just dumped it in it. And I was like, there you go. I mean, you know.
Yeah. I guess you didn't try any of the kimchi by itself.
I did. It was good, but
yeah.
No, you're not. No, I refuse. You do this too much. The dance was cute though. You can go to the store on our way to Plant City.
Honey, we're not going that early, and I want to go before 5.
I thought we were going when you got off work.
Honey, I'm tired. I don't know. I'm not getting.
Fine. I'm not going to argue with you. I mean, you're a free bitch, baby. To quote Lady Gaga, you do what you want to do. Old Greg. Hey, old Greg, you ever been to a club where people whiz on each other and drink Bailey's cream whiskey?
Out of a shoe.
Out of a shoe. You know what I'm talking about. I just hit. Bruce, what are you doing, man? I added you to the stream and you just vanished. There he is.
Sorry about that. How you been?
Well, I mean, you've probably heard all of my weekend plans.
My weekend has kind of gotten different.
Well, I hope in a good way.
Over time, it'll be great.
I mean, especially with Christmas coming up, if you can make a little extra money, man, that's always good.
I had a really hard decision come up, and
stay faithful.
No, actually, I'm breaking that contract because she's acting the same way that these people downtown act whenever they're on meth, and I'm downtown trying to operate a suck truck and get grease traps on the sidewalks open, accessible, so I can put hoses or pipes in, drain them. And I got a guy wanting to fight me because the truck makes so much noise. It's making the gnomes in his head dance around. And he's telling me the gnomes are dancing. I'm going to beat your ass. I'm like, what? And then he kicks me in the back. And that was Tuesday night. And my wife, ever since Friday morning of last week, she'd been going like weird and woolly. She was just no bueno. And this is going to be a little dramatic. Hey, guys, sorry. Real life happens, and it sucks. I'll throw my dirty laundry right here. Ugh. I'm getting a divorce. My wife...
Yeah, I was joking.
No, my wife found some gear, and she found it, and it was stuff she used to do, and she liked a lot. Apparently more than our marriage.
Some gear. So when you say gear, I think heroin.
Meth. I'm going to say meth. Because she was just tapping away and her hands were doing this. I got videos on my phone.
I don't want to see videos of your wife smoking meth. Shit.
No, not the after effect. The after effect. Like the twitch, the twiggering, the new speech patterns, all the garbage. All this shit's happening.
What?
And I feel sorry for her, but after 5 or 6 days and watching everything in my apartment be dismantled except for my PC and my TV, everything else is looking like a catalytic converter at a meth convention. So today, I helped her get her stuff loaded up, and off she goes. I'm sorry. You know, I wish, like, I just had this happen, like, in the last hour and a half. And Turkey told her, don't come back. We'll communicate via email with the lawyer. I know you were just joking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I mean you're Navy, so my first thought was you're out whoremongering or something, but your story's a lot different than that.
Yeah. Well,
good news is, I mean,
can do
'cause you know
whoremongering.
me, I love a bright side, right?
Yeah.
If this is happening, you will be able to be out whoremongering in the future.
Yes, I can. But I wasn't.
That's
That wasn't
what you
the
want
goal.
to do.
That wasn't the goal. That was not the goal. I'm in San
Dude,
Antonio.
I've been divorced twice.
Yeah.
You're not telling me anything. I mean,
It wasn't what I actually wanted to come home, have sex, all that stuff. You know, have regular sex. Don't have like.
Well, first off, nobody needs to hear all that.
No. I mean, a healthy relationship.
Yeah, I get you. I'm just saying nobody
But-
needs to hear all that.
Whatever all happened in her head, I felt sorry for her, but I kept her for a few
Well, I
days.
know what happened in her head. She's like, dude, I remember when I did meth. It was awesome. And then she's like, I think I'll do some meth.
And then, well, the other
That's pretty
night,
much how that shit works.
one of my friends called me. He's like, your wife just called me and texted me, and is she okay? I'm like, no. He sent me a photograph or a screenshot of it, and it's the same stuff she was sending me. She was using all the symbols on the keypad to accentuate her words. It was really weird. But she didn't have any feeling in her right leg, so she couldn't move her right leg. We took her to the hospital, University Health, at 6 p.m., and then they discharged her at 9:41. I don't even know if that's enough time. I don't even know if that's enough time for them to do admissions and like a test. She needed an MRI. She never had it. So then she walked
I'll
home.
tell you what I would do, because I'm a unique snowflake. If that happened to me, I would probably be on my way to a cave where I would live as an ascetic monk until I died.
Well, you have a good wife right now. There's no need to try to.
Well, I've had a good wife for like 22 years at this point.
Okay, right now for 22
But if she drops dead or decides to do something stupid, I know I got cave on the property I own in Kentucky. All I need is 2 sets of robes and a Bible and a freaking prayer rope. I'm done.
You could be like the big red-haired guy. What was that? Was that York, or was that who was the red-haired army soldier that lived in a cave for a while because his parents had the property with a cave on it?
I don't remember, but
Murphy.
I mean, I'm very sad for your loss, Bruce. I mean, it sucks. One thing I learned after my divorces, though, and I would tell this to any man, especially the young ones out there, is never blame yourself.
Oh, I'm not.
Because a lot of times us guys, we like to be responsible for everything.
Yeah.
But there's just some shit in life you can't be responsible for. You just got to let it, right? I had an ex that I caught her cheating on me, and it was like my fault. I loved that. I believed it too. So I was kind of a simp ass bitch for a while, a cock even.
No, not into that.
And it was because she said I worked too much. So she never got to see me. Therefore, she got lonely. Therefore, she had an affair. And I'm sitting here like, you don't work.
Right.
I'm paying all the bills. You have one job in life, and you can't do. It's like. But then eventually, I got tired of being a cuck.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, this ain't gonna work, right? And so that was good. I mean, unfortunately for me, because I'm always making jokes out of stuff, I was involved in quite a few 3-ways that I didn't know I was involved in.
Oh, I thought that
because, like, if a girl goes out and bangs a dude and immediately comes home and has sex with you, that's kind of a 3-way, right?
Yes. She's being deceitful. She should invite friends over.
Yeah, so she, I mean, that's one thing I can say about the ex. It wasn't for lack of sex. I don't know what was wrong with that bitch, because she was cheating on me, but sleeping with me all the time. It was like weird,
wow.
It's like, and then tell me how she's lonely, and like, I guess what's the new word they use? Gaslighting.
Yeah.
Trying to make me think it's my fault and all that kind of shit. And So I mean, Bruce, at least you didn't have to go through any of that nonsense.
Yeah, that's damn certain.
That, and then of course the second woman, I never complain about the fact that we got divorced because she was loving everything, and then, as you all know, she found out she could never have children because when she had been a young teenage girl, she had that human papilloma virus or whatever, HPV or whatever.
Really?
And it had totally destroyed her womb. It was so scar tissued up that even like in vitro or none of that shit would work. And about a month later, she's like, I don't want to be married anymore. And I was like, yeah, I get it. And then she went out and become a hooah, hanging out in the clubs and the bars, getting railed through by everybody. I mean, right now, I think she is literally a prostitute in Atlanta. Somebody sent me a picture of like an arrest record of soliciting from her up in Atlanta, Fulton County, anyway. So, I mean, she's out there living her best life. I would have kept her because she was a hot redheaded Latina, fiery. So she liked to start arguments just so we could do makeup sex and shit like that. I mean, I was having the time of my life, but when she figured out I couldn't put any babies in her, she just,
Damn.
Got some wires crossed.
Well, with that culture, there's a lot of, when you deal with Latinas and shit, like most of the broad brush painting, obviously, but a lot of them, they just want babies. They're going to cook you chicken and rice with olives in it, yellow rice, and maybe black beans, and they want you to put babies in them. They want to have like 80. And when she found out she couldn't do that, I lost my great sex and my chicken and rice. It was really sad. So then I had to spend like 5 years just playing the scene. And then I met my wife at a D&D game, and we hit it off. And I thought, well, she's a gamer chick. She's hot because she was 20-something years ago. She's really hot. And so, yeah, that's what happened with me. So I lucked out.
Yeah. Did you teach her that chicken and rice recipe?
She would cook it if I wanted her to, but I'm at a point now where even though I've conquered diabetes, that doesn't mean I want to eat a big ass plate full of rice all the time. It's like I conquered diabetes by switching my diet and losing a bunch of weight because I used to weigh 300 plus pounds.
Oh yeah.
And so I'm like 240.
That's good.
I dropped like 70 pounds.
Yeah.
And now all I eat is greens and meat most of the time. Every now and then I cheat and eat like ramen or something.
Yeah, that's the problem with carbs. They're just too delicious.
That is the problem with them, isn't it? I mean, it's like you never realize how good a baked potato is until somebody tells you you're not supposed to have them. And then all of a sudden you're like, no potato soup, no potatoes fried, no, what the? And then you realize as a hillbilly from Eastern Kentucky that literally potatoes featured in every meal you've ever eaten in your entire life.
Right.
Because they're a great bulkener, like you ain't got a lot of shit. You got some potatoes, But Bruce, yeah, that was a heavy lore dump for sure.
Sorry.
No, don't apologize.
That's life, man. That sucks.
That was a heavy dump. Definitely not something I would have guessed, obviously. Thank you, OG. And,
you've got the life that a lot of other people, like, we hear about your life. I'm very proud of you. I think it's great that you've gone through 3 marriages, and the third one was like the home run, the grand slam you're always at bat for. That's great. And I mean, I'm going to liken, whenever I talk to my young cousins' kids, I always talk to them about baseball because baseball is good for life analogies. There's far more times where you go at bat than versus the times you hit, which is why your batting average, if you ever have a fucking 3-3-3.
Dude, are you quoting the theme song to the Jeffersons to me?
No, I'm not. If you have a 3.33 batting average, that means 1 to 3 times you're actually going to get on base. That doesn't mean you're going to score a run. That just means you get on base.
That means if you were playing with Ty Cobb, you suck. Because Ty Cobb was going to get on base like every time.
Every fucking time. But the thing is that very rare is a Ty Cobb in professional sports.
Right.
And therefore, like, if we just take that analogy or baseball analogies and apply them to everything you're fucking doing, then what'll happen is that you're going to be okay with failure. It sucks.
You got to be okay with failure.
Failures are a teachable moment. And that's it. So
people never learn shit from winning because they just assume whatever they did was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And they won. It's when you, and I learned this actually from playing war games. You don't learn how to play a war game better than when somebody really curb stomps your ass into the mud. It's at that point that you go home and ruminate on exactly what happened. And you're like, well, I don't think I'll do that shit again, you know?
Right.
But anyway.
All of our friends, I mean, very few of us have friends or family that they had one marriage and it was it. They lasted. Maybe you did, Paul. I don't know you that well. I don't know.
No.
Okay.
I had to take after my mom. She had
God bless off grid. Thank you, sir. I'm going to be fine.
So, you know, she had like the one who spawned me, my paternal parent. Then there was one in there, but he was only there for a very short period of time. And then my pops, who was there the rest, you know, my whole life, like 40 plus years. Actually 45 years of my life, my pop. And that, of course, being the Russian guy from Queens, New York, that I talk about all the time. He's the guy that actually raised me. But yeah, it sucks, man. And drugs are just I mean, I don't want to be that drugs are bad and gay, but I mean,
I'm okay with that statement.
like I've always said on my channel, if you're going to do drugs, like you insist, you got to do drugs, for the love of God, just do powdered coke. Because at least then you will get shit done, right? And you won't seem like a hood rat or some effed up dude. You'll just be a yuppie.
That's the problem. That
if you do some powdered coke, you'll end up trading stocks and become a millionaire on Jump.
Yeah. One of my best friends,
a rock star or something, right?
One of my best friends does a fucking line of coke.
You're just
daily.
Done. Yeah.
Robert takes a line of coke daily. Shit, I said his name. He's a manager of a very good, big, very local mart for cars. And the guy, he knows how to fucking gear up for work and get going. And if he starts,
most of the music we love was written by some guy blitzed out of his freaking brains on cocaine. I mean, that's just what it is. And I'm not saying you should go out and do coke. I'm just saying if you have a choice of shooting up some heroin or doing a line, do the line, man. And then maybe you never do it again in your whole life.
Never.
But for a little while after you do that line, you are going to be a charismatic, energetic dude. You're going to get shit done. You might even get a 40K Army band.
Yeah.
I mean, you never know what you might get done. Do not smoke crack. That's just the worst.
No, I would say what I saw with meth, the house, the apartment I live in is.
I'm surprised though, because you don't live in West Virginia, so I wouldn't have thought your wife would get hooked on meth.
There's a street she was working on, and she was at an oil change facility, which it's not exactly a high dollar facility. And then
Bruce, come on, man.
It's next to a bunch of
other
low rent place. And so, like, she was the other night, I was kind of wondering where she was. I got home and then she's not here, doesn't have a job. What's going on? She's like, well, I was over at a friend's house. I'm like, okay, well, send me photos. And I'm expecting to get like dick pics or something. And she drops me like 10 photos of this pit bull. And she's like, I want to hang out here because this pit bull's awesome. And I'm like, okay, so you're there for the dog. That's great. And she's like, well, there's other things going on here too. I just want to see what goes on. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I back to my original thought, you're cheating on me. And come find out there was drugs going on over there. And then she comes back.
That story, and I really hope you will forgive me.
Go ahead.
But the story you just told reminds me so much of the Biz Marquee song, You Say He's Just a Friend.
Mm.
Do you remember that song?
Never heard it a day in my life. Not familiar with it.
Well, the guy can't really rap at all, but the chorus is, oh, baby, you got what I need. But you say he's just a friend. Yeah, you say he's just a friend. Oh, baby, you. And that story you just told, because he's talking about how he's dating this chick, but she's got a friend she's hanging out with.
Yeah.
And she's telling him, oh, he's just a friend.
He's just a friend.
Yeah, bullshit.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
The guy looks like the boyfriend looks like me, and the just a friend guy, that's like Bear, but Bear 100 pounds minus, and fresh out of Gold's gym. Like if like Bear could be Bear, but if Bear had like between his job and his home a gymnasium, Bear would deviate into the gymnasium. It's on the way.
I mean, it is a fact that if you smoke a lot of meth and just run around all night and never sleep, you will lose weight.
Oh, she's dropped 40
the
pounds
lack
in the
of
last
eating
month.
And stuff. Yeah, you're going to lose weight for sure.
She dropped 40 pounds in the last month.
Have you ever seen? This is from like 20 years ago, at least, the before and after meth pictures. And it'll show like this attractive 20-year-old girl, and she's really pretty, and she's smiling, and they'll be like 2 years later, and she's got like 3 teeth and face is all whatever, and her hair's falling out in patch. She looks like a monster.
She does.
Like a zombie from like, a Romero movie. Like if you saw her in the street, you'd run.
A Tom Savini zombie.
Yeah, she looks like one of those zombies that's like creeping.
His Vietnam experience fucking fucked him up and made it to where he makes the best gore zombies out there.
Savini, you think?
Yeah.
See, I'm more of a traditionalist with my zombies. Night of the Living Dead, which was a horrible movie. The first time I saw it, it made me cry because I was like 8 and I was so happy the last guy lived, and then the sheriff shot that dude, and I was just like, what the? I mean, it's already creepy when the little girl turned into a zombie and ate her parents and shit. So it was already horrible, right? And then the one dude gets shot, and I'm just like, now I've watched it since then, and I've become, I guess, jaded to it. But when you're young and you see that shit, you're just like, what in the hell is that all about? That is not cool at all.
Tom Savini's remake of that was pretty good, though.
I love the remake that was in 04. That's a James Gunn movie, isn't it?
No. The Tom Savini one was in like 91 or 92. It had Patricia Tallman in it, the redhead. And Tony Todd. Yeah.
Patricia Tallman, she later went on to Babylon 5, if I remember right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
She did a lot of stunt work, I guess. That was the thing I found out. She was doing stunt work for years for everybody. And like that was one of the
Russian girl on Babylon 5.
I think so.
She had a Russian name.
No. That was Claudia Christian. She was playing Ivanova.
My bad. Okay. Ivanovic.
That was she showed up in like the pilot, and then she didn't show up, I think, until like the 3rd season. And it was like, what's this all about now? And then like, she was there for the last 3 seasons, but it's pretty good. That was like the only thing that she wasn't covered in like Klingon makeup or something else though. So
yeah, she used to date JMS, I might say. She was with him from 02 to 13.
I know one of my other favorite zombie movies is the one where like something happens, zombies come out of the ground, and then they start eating people, and then they eat some cops, and then one of the zombies gets on the radio and orders more cops.
Yeah.
And orders more like paramedics.
I think it was
every time the fire department or the ambulance and the cops show up, the zombies just jump.
Was that? I think that was
more cops.
Yeah, it was like
and like the punk rock chicks in the graveyard, and the zombies in business suits are all walking around. Shit.
That was Return of the Living Dead. Yep.
Yeah, I think that's is that Raimi?
Let me see.
Sam Raimi?
It feels like it. It's a wacky movie.
The 1990s Directed by Tom Savini, screenplay by Romero.
Oh, okay. So it's got everybody in it.
Yeah.
No, actually, Return of the Living Dead, the one with you were talking about that had the infamous scene with Linnea Quigley dancing top and bottomless on the cat.
Oh,
on
yeah, in the tree.
Yeah, that was Dan O'Bannon. He actually the writer, the guy that wrote Dark Star and Alien.
Yes.
Directed
Take
that.
care, OG.
Dan O'Bannon also wrote a bunch of scripts. One of them being what was that? 1995. Peter Weller, Jennifer
Screamers?
Reeves, Screamers.
Yeah.
Oh,
Fucking
I
great
love
movie.
that movie.
I
Such a
love
great
that
movie. Except in the very end, when you think they get away and you see the teddy bear kind of.
Yeah, it
They
moves.
moving.
And you're just like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
Screamers, man. Note to
Yeah.
self, do not create an autonomous weapon that can actually improve itself. Because that's no good. The creepiest one actually was the Survivor Kid model. Because can you imagine, like, I was a soldier, and the idea of you're going through rubble as a soldier doing a patrol, and you hear a little kid calling out,
Mhm.
and you go to rescue a little kid, and then it turns into a freaking monster and starts ripping shit apart. I mean, that's just terrifying to me. Which I've used in D&D games, but I used the Slavic parentage, which is a unblessed embryo or child that died during birth or shortly after and was buried without proper rites, and therefore rises back up as a vampiric beast that first off kills its parents and its their family, but then it likes to hide out in the woods and cry like a baby.
Mhm.
Because when you go to try and find it and help it eats you. And then it can sometimes shape change into like the head of a dead infant on the body of a giant raven and fly around.
That's amazing.
Just to creep you out.
That's Slavic mythology, man. D&D, like Western European mythology, is like tame as shit.
It is.
It's tame. When you get into Eastern Europeans, like here's the number one rule if you ever play a game set in an Eastern European setting: do not go near water. I don't give a shit if it's a pond, a lake, the ocean, a river. Just stay away from any kind of deep water. Swamps, stay away.
Yeah.
Because you never know if a Rusalka is in there. And if there's Rusalki in there, they're going to charm you because they look like beautiful women.
They're
going to have you go in there and they're going to drown you.
They kiss you and they drown you, right?
Yeah. Well, that's one story. And they're either demons, they're spirits, or they're the undead spirits of women who killed themselves after they were betrayed by a lover. Either way, they're in there. And then sometimes they're connected with a Vodnyavoy, which is like the old man of the river or the lake, as they would call him, which is like a frog-like monster, but sometimes it has a crawfish tail. And they also will if you don't give them treats and stuff, like to appease them, that they'll drown you. But there are ways to at least appease a Vodnyavoy. But yeah. And then, of course, there's 25 different types of vampire. I mean, for real. And none of them are handsome, Euro trash losers from Hungary. They're all like bestial, big fangs. Like one of the monsters happens when a woman is born with 2 rows of teeth. Yeah, that actually really happens in real life, right? When they die, they rise back up as a demonic undead beast because they've had that demon in their body their whole life.
That sounds like a fun fucking campaign. I'm sorry.
Play The Witcher. It's got a lot of that in it, but mostly it's Western Slavic stuff. It's not Eastern Slavic stuff. But there's so much crossover there.
I need to read more Eastern mythology for Eastern European mythology would be great. And then also I need to read the Jewish the mythology books, not the Talmud or anything, but I need to learn more about
the Zophar. That's where the Zophar is where it goes into Lilith and how she flew away from Adam, and had sex with Samael and had like 100 children a day, and started running around trying to kill infants and shit like that. Yeah, that's in the Zophar, I believe. You know, it's not actually in the Bible anywhere. It's one of those extra biblical stories that's just been around forever. Because I had to prove this to somebody though. If you look at your Bible, there's two creation myths in it. And in the first one in Genesis, it says that God created man and woman from the dust. And then, like a couple of lines down, it says, and God caused a sleep to come over Adam and removed the rib and created Eve, right? So it's like the first one says he created them both, and both did he create from dust. And then the second gets specific. So there's something that happened in there, right? That whoever wrote Genesis decided to leave out. And of course, the ancient Jewish scholars say, yeah, Lilith was the first wife, but she was a bitch. She wouldn't listen to Adam. She wouldn't cook him food. She wouldn't let him be on top ever.
I heard that she refused to let him be on top. She
was the first feminist.
Yeah. She was demanding bestial style.
Well, after she left Adam, it is also said that she slept with many of the beasts of the woods and created demons, which the succubi is a name for what's supposed to be a daughter of Lilith. And their whole deal is to go around and, drain the life out of men and kill children while they're still in the womb or shortly after they're born, because Lilith hates all the children of Eve, which is everybody on earth except for her and her brood. Plus, there's a Lilith mentioned in Babylonian myth as well, which is exactly the same thing. So, I mean, who borrowed from who, whatever, and the Babylonian one's even cooler, because the only way to protect your child from Lilith is to put a medallion on your pregnant wife of Pazuzu, who is also a demon.
Another demon.
But it turns out that Pazuzu, as a demon, really, really hates Lilith. So even though they're both evil, hellish demons, whatever. But yeah, I'm sorry I got into, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get too deep into that shit, but
I love it when you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of,
learn something different.
Like the Book of Enoch is not considered to be canonical at all, but the Ethiopian Christians, they believe in it though. It's part of their canon. And that shit gets wild too, because they say that Gilgamesh was a Nephilim. And that's why in the Babylonian stories, they describe Gilgamesh as being like 12 feet tall and, massively strong and shit. He is a giant. And, eventually one of the angels came down and killed them all, though. So, at least that's what they believe, It's weird because the Roman Catholics have less books in their Bible. Protestants have less books than the Roman Catholics. And the Ethiopians have more books than we do.
Yeah.
We have more books than the Roman Catholics. It's like, like whatever, But yeah, it's sad times now. But Bruce, I mean, you've been in the Navy, you've been through shit. I have no doubt that you'll
I've had breakups before. This is just a par for the course.
Yeah, you've been through this before. And like I said, the only advice I can give you at all that might be at all useful is just whatever you do, don't blame yourself.
No, I'm not going to do that. I promise you.
Yeah. Because you can't make a person be a bitch.
No. And
they're going to do what they're going to do. And I learned that the hard way with my first marriage. It's like I didn't make her a whore. She was just a whore. And you can't unmake her either. Like the one rapper says, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife, no matter how hard you try. You just, it's not going to work. So you just gotta keep stepping,
And that's all it is. I'm looking online now to how I can report the the crime that happened here, and then
The guy
that
kicked
way
you in the back.
well, no. Me and the wife had an altercation last night. So when I'm like, okay, here's how I get things set up for the divorce. Because she battered me, she touched me, she was doing a bunch of stuff because she was pissed. Like, okay, hon, you do this, but realize there's going to be paperwork on this. And then she punched me a couple more times. Like, okay, fine, you can punch me, whatever. Kind of laugh it off because wife can't punch for the shit. But I just file that, get an RO, then it's just hit her with the divorce agreement for $300 divorce, no fault divorce that we have here in San Antonio. And once I get that taken care of, we just communicate through email. If she opens her email, I'm going to be officially divorced here pretty soon. I'm going to take a long time off.
Question though, I don't remember hearing you talk about having a bunch of kids or anything.
No.
Then yeah, this is literally nothing.
Nothing at all.
Yeah, it's all it is a breakup with extra paperwork at this point. Yeah,
that's it.
Unfortunately, I had kids, so
that makes it very complicated.
My divorce in the state of Florida was bend over and put this rope in your mouth because you're getting ready to go through a lot of pain, and mostly, thankfully, just financial, but and then of course having a bitch be able to call. And claim some shit, and then having people threatening to take your CDL away once or twice every other month. That shit sucks.
That doesn't fly.
Especially since at the time, I really needed my CDL. My job required a CDL. Yeah, it's sad news. It could be worse, though, Shadow. He could have got captured by a weirdo and chained into a basement somewhere. In the deserts of California.
Saturday during the game stream, like my wife is walking through the front room with a shotgun, and I'm like, honey, what are you doing? And she's like, well, I'm going to put this over here. And I'm like, why? She turns around all paranoid. She's like, because the neighbors don't like us. She said, put the shotgun back in the bedroom. That way we can say it was defensive if we have to fire it. She's like, you're always thinking about your big black gun, aren't you? I'm like, put it in the bedroom, And she's like wanting to lay it right there by the front door. And I'm like, no, because I got neighbors that like to sit on the stairs right outside our door. And she has apparently now developed a paranoia about things.
Well, meth addicts will get paranoid, yeah.
And she was paranoid from all last Friday through this week. And up until yesterday, her biggest problem was paranoia. Now she has to figure out what to do. And I'm okay with that. I just want her to just get away. Just get away from me. You fucking tore up my apartment, made it look like a catalytic converter in West Virginia. It's beat to hell. I got to
West Virginia comes up.
West Virginia, pound for pound, has more meth addicts than anywhere else in the States.
And I said to you, I don't know if you heard me, I said, but Bruce, you don't live in West Virginia.
I did hear you say that, but
now the circle is complete.
It is complete. We have San Pedro.
Has been worked.
We have San Pedro. We have Louis Pasteur, which is just a little street here in the medical district. It's only like maybe a mile long. Goes from Fredericksburg to where the hospitals are at, and some small hotels. But up and down Louis Pasteur is like meth row and zombie row, as I call it, because you got people stumbling around and not really knowing what's going on. And my wife is walking from the hospital here, and she's saying, I was trying to use ASL to have somebody help me, and nobody pulled over to help me. And I'm like, honey, you're driving in San Antonio with no shoes on, and you're flashing gang signs. Honey, Florida, get out of here.
So, was she born in West Virginia?
No, somewhere with a Air Force mom.
Okay. Because I was going to say, if she was born in West Virginia, then my sympathy kind of decreases. Because you should just know.
Yeah.
I mean, all of us guys from Eastern Kentucky, we know. You just don't deal with those West Virginians. They're a bunch of scumbags.
The West Virginia people are a different breed. The government came out with a survey 4 years ago. My best friend, Chris, who's in both games, he went off to West Virginia to work, and his wife worked in D.C. But the government had an official study come out because they were going to add more people to this side of the government admin that was accessible from DC, from West Virginia. And they said, we're probably going to halt the activities on this side of DC because the infrastructure in West Virginia could be there. We could put in the buildings, we could put in the sewage, we could put in the power and the internet. We don't have
fill the copper wiring every chance they get.
We don't have a reliable civilian population that will allow that to be fostered and embedded. Instead, they will, every chance they get, ruin the infrastructure and not be good hiring candidates.
Yep.
So,
I mean, the same could be said for some people in like Eastern Kentucky. Like, if you live in Pikeville and you go on vacation for the weekend and come back and your house has no copper in it, I mean, you know, that's just part of the taxes of living in Pikeville or Harlan, anywhere in Harlan. As a matter of fact, in Harlan, if you manage to go on vacation from there, they'll take your copper wire and probably kill and eat your dog. I mean, you don't even know. Those people, you know. And it's not like I make a habit of looking down on people, but I'm not blind either. You know, I've been around. I see what these people do, right?
Yes.
And I'm like, yeah. There's a song that's actually called like Harlan, or The Hell That Is Harlan, or something like that. And another one, I think Loretta Lynn wrote, that was like, If I Ever Get Out of Harlan Alive. Because, I mean, when most of the major coal mines shut down, Harlan just basically become the worst place you can imagine. Like, absolutely the worst, you know. And it's sad because it's in one of the most beautiful parts of Kentucky, but them people out there are just inbred and freaking, a lot of them are devil worshippers, and they're just the worst kind of people, you know.
That's
Kentucky does have a problem with Satanists, by the way. Cultists, Satanists, whatever.
You also have the dog man, and
because it's Kentucky, but oh yeah. They caught one cult because they were sacrificing hobos, and then they just dragged the body on the train track. And for the first couple of times, the cops thought that the hobo had fell asleep on the train track. But then they started actually looking into it, and they're like, nah, I mean, once is okay, and two's like, that's a coincidence. But when you get to like 5, you're like,
right,
you know, no. So they all got caught, and there's a whole family of, I shit you not, inbred Satanists. Like the dude who was leading the cult, his daughter had his kid.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, you know. And people are always like, give me that look when I tell them about crazy shit. And it's like, you have no idea. There is a reason. And if Hungar were on here, he would tell you, when I go walking on my property on the mountain, I generally have my 300 blackout AR. I've got the Glock 19, and I've got my brother or some other close relative, at least one, because I'm not afraid of, well, okay, there are some monsters I'm afraid of, but that might be just superstition. What would frighten me more is running into people, because I'm like, who the fuck are you? And where did you come from? Right. And I don't know who you are, and you could be some kind of witch, freaking cannibalistic inbred fuck, and I don't want any part of this. So, right? I mean, right. Now, hopefully that took your mind off of your sad tell.
As much as it sucks what's going on, I'm not really sad about it. I'm upset that, you know.
Well, it'll catch up to you, and when it does, just remember what I said. It's not your fault.
Thank you.
You can't make people good if they don't want to be good. You can't do it.
Boy, that's the truth.
You know. So how would you incorporate that into my games? Super easy. If I'm playing D&D or when I run Hibernia, if the players find themselves in a mountainous Appalachian type environment, there's going to be cults and cannibals and inbreds, and in addition to all the other crazy shit like dogmen and Bigfoots or Yeti or whatever the hell. I mean, it's all going to be there, and there's going to be crazy people living in caves. Yeah.
You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. You could just have the cavern dwellers be a mix between the creepers, like from the movie The Descent, and you could have like a clan of mountain dwarves over here, which are super insular, racist, and narrow focused in who they want to deal with.
Well, in Hyperborea, dwarves actually only come about. There's only males, and they only come about when a maggot climbs up from deep within the earth and then lives long enough to gestate into a dwarf. And they're short, twisted, evil bastards with a penchant for SAing any female and sometimes male that they can get their grips on. So unless you're very powerful and you're willing to stomp an orc or a dwarf in the head, you do not want to be in a dungeon and get caught by dwarves. It's going to be bad in all the worst ways that it could be.
Yeah.
But no, my cultists in the hollers will probably worship Shub-Niggurath, which is not one of the main gods of Hyperborea, but is there. It's a fertility. There. So,
you could use Shub-Niggurath, or you could use, if it's a swampy mountain area, you could use Dagon. Dagon works too.
Well, see, Dagon, there's already, if you ever look at the map of Hyperborea, there's a Dagon Bay. And the town near Dagon Bay, they literally worship Dagon and Mother Hydra. And they have a weird look about them, like their necks wrinkly, and a lot of them don't have any hair. And their lips seem to be a little bit big and rubbery. And they most people get weirded out because they don't ever seem to blink. Yeah, it's because they're half deep one hybrids.
Yeah.
And that's also in Port Greeley, too, which is west of Cormarium. So there's 2 or 3 towns in this setting where they've already
taken grip in.
And then Dunwich is in the town. It's up in the hills. Innsmouth is in the town. It's near the port. Because, like I said earlier when I was talking to Shadow and he bought the book, the land beyond the north wind, Hyperborea, that's what it means, it was a continent in the North Pole. And when it got destroyed on Earth, it actually didn't get destroyed on Earth. It just moved to around Saturn.
Yeah.
The whole continent was just snatched up and put on Saturn. And all the people who live on it have journeyed through gates, portals, whatever, from what they call old Earth to Hyperborea.
So, like, you could either run that as like they're a bunch of refugees in a new holy land or unholy land or whatever, or they're just all secretly denizens of Ling and they just go through gates normally.
Well, the steppes and plateau of Ling are on the map. And the number one most worshipped god amongst civilized humanity is the Sathgua, the bat toad, or toad bat, who was created by Clark Ashton Smith, but used by Lovecraft and R.E. Howard. So, but they got a bunch of other gods too. Crom's there. If you're one of the Cimmerian tribesmen, you worship a god called Crimir, but they usually only use his name as a like a curse or by Crimir's frosty balls, I'll have your head, or whatever. But they don't really pray to him. And then, of course, the god or goddess Boreas, which is the god of the north wind. And there are some good gods too, though. I mean, you could play a character that worships Apollo or Athena, because there's a lot of Greeks that somehow ended up on this world. Okay. So, and Romans as well, but they tend to be minorities compared to the other people on the world. So, but I did make for fun a Roman fighter, and I gave him he has hardened leather armor, a large shield, a short sword, a javelin, 3 darts, you know, and a helmet. And that's supposed to represent like the Romans that wore the lorica segmentata that was made out of leather, though. Because sometimes they wore metal banded armor, but sometimes they made it out of hardened leather. And of course, the large shield, that's the scutum, and the short sword is the spatha or gladius, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he speaks.
Spathas are typically longer than gladius, by the way.
Right. I think they copied both of them from the Iberian Celts.
I think so.
But so that character actually speaks Latin as his primary language. His name, I randomed it up. It's like Augustus Gaius something else, you know, and yeah, he speaks Latin and Common. So anyway, I mean, all the game is AD&D, guys. It's the setting that sets it apart. It's
So I'm gonna ask you
somewhat modified AD&D with like a really crazy weird setting.
What would you rather play if you had to play it rules as written or setting as written? Would you rather play Hyperborea or would you rather play Axe?
Oh God, that's so hard.
I haven't gotten through the Axe rules to give like a proper answer. I think it's Axe is like there's a play style behind it. I think that I couldn't get it as much into compared to like Hyperborea is nice and simple. I've played it at cons. It's my replacement for AD&D. It's got a setting and a system that work rules as written. There's plenty of rules in AD&D that people just cut out because AD&D is kind of a mess when you read it cover to cover.
Like hand-to-hand combat.
Initially. Yeah, you've got the armor class adjustments for weapons. Nobody plays with that.
Weapon speed.
I've seen people play with the leveling rules for bards, which is just a ridiculously convoluted thing that came from some book that Gary Gygax liked, which, hey, that's cool and all, but make it something interesting as opposed to you need, 6 levels of thief, 7 levels of druid, 3 levels of fighter,
that's
or whatever
first
that
edition.
Yeah, well, that's AD&D,
though, right? AD&D. I mean,
you tell me AD&D, and I think immediately second ed.
Yeah, well,
oh no,
I mean, that's
second ed cleaned up a bunch of that nonsense, but most of the people that like we talked to, well, at least that I talked to, are like, well, second ed is garbage because Gary got kicked out. And it's like this personal stuff with Gary Gygax, and it's like, so you hate that edition because Gary Gygax lost the company to his ex-wife? I don't make it like. How does that involve me?
I thought he
started
lost
on
it
second ed.
Carpenter, or no, what's her name? Gail.
Yeah,
I think that's her name.
With her, what happened is because Gail is his second wife.
Yeah.
When he got divorced by her because he was in California, like I don't know, doing a lot of coke and banging hookers and shit,
and making a very fine cartoon
and getting a cartoon on air. She went after his part, like half of his stock in the divorce, and she got it, and then she immediately turned around and sold it to the Bloom brothers, which made them the guys who own the company now. So then Gary basically saw the writing on the wall, and he sold what stock he had left and tried to start like Mythica or whatever, and got sued into the ground.
Mythos.
And what's her name? Lorraine Williams, who Gary Gygax had hired to be like freaking secretary or some shit.
She
the Bloom brothers promoted her to CEO of the company, and then things just went to shit, you know. But I think it was a matter of time anyway. I mean, Gary Gygax and Arneson, while they might have both been great game designers, they were not businessmen.
No.
And that's kind of the problem. They didn't know how to run a business, so they did stupid shit, and in the end, it freaking sunk them, you know?
Right.
Now, on the other hand, it is a fact that the guy who wrote Fafhrd and Grey Mouser,
Fritz Leiber,
Fritz Leiber had a statue of Gary Gygax's first wife done, but she was nude in it, and gifted it to her, and they kept it on their mantelpiece for a long time. Because apparently he was totally in love with Gary Gygax's first wife, who was, if you look her up, a relatively attractive redhead.
Okay, have you ever seen Gygax's daughter?
No.
Let me see if I can find these. She used to do ads for D&D.
Did she?
Yeah.
I hope we're not being creepy looking these chicks up.
No. This shit was published. This was put in Dragon magazine.
You're still feeling guilty about bringing up those Mormon girls? Like, I still feel guilty about bringing up.
No. To me, they were just kids.
Yeah.
They were just kids. A couple of kids out and about, doing their thing, trying to get people to go to their church. I'm never, ever going to do that. But they were very, very nice young ladies.
Right.
And I just wish more people could be as nice as they were, but actually follow a Christian religion. Which I know a lot of people might disagree with my assessment, but it is just my opinion. And, nobody has to agree with me. I mean, feel free to call me a heretic if it makes you feel better,
Okay.
I think the thing that cleaned up Hyperborea was the fighting ability, casting ability, turning ability. It really just kind of sums up how things advance for that character class as far as like when you get better to hit things with melee weapons or how you are at spell casting. It really just shortens it as opposed to having to read, pages and pages of the character class to figure things out.
Yeah, that's almost like he was reading 3rd edition and was like, okay, we're going to use Thaco, but how can we make Thaco easier?
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
Fighting ability. When you go up as levels, depending on your class, your fighting ability goes up. And when you try to hit somebody, you roll your die and you add your fighting ability and strength. But it uses like OD&D attribute bonuses. So like at an 18 strength, you're like +1 to hit and +3 damage or some shit.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, it ain't great. So this is the daughter here, the one with the brunette?
Yeah.
Holding the monster manual. It's nothing too risque. I mean,
there's another one. She's in a bikini and she's kind of like leaning back like the trucker.
She looks a lot like her mom, except her mom was a redhead.
So she's like, guys, you want to know where to be on a Saturday night? And like real men know where the action is on Saturday nights with Dungeons and Dragons. It's like, holy fuck, Gary was going hard in the paint on that.
Oh, Shadow's got to come in and talk shit about 2E. I'm glad because that means I don't have to.
So 2E sucks because they nerf the magic user spell damage, nerf the ranger, and all the monsters suffer while lowering all the treasure types. And we're supposed no more big old base.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. See, if you started with 2nd edition like I did, you didn't know any of those changes. So
I never had a 1st edition book. I had Beckme's Rule Encyclopedia, and then I had 2nd ed.
See, guys, I started with 1st edition, and then in '89, when 2nd edition came out, I was in basic training at Benning. So it's not like I ran out, to buy the 2nd edition. And then by the time I got done doing all that kind of shit and was like, oh, I can run D&D again, I just was like, F it, and stuck with 1st edition, really. Which I do think some of the way they handled demi-humans and stuff is better in 1st. But, I mean, if people like 2nd, they're allowed to like 2nd. It doesn't, no skin off my back,
We never knew it was a retarded version of D&D. They're not retarded, but that's the slower man's version of D&D.
Which one?
2nd ed.
Well, what 2nd ed was the one where they wrote the rules in a much more clearly defined way so that you didn't have to like be an archaeologist and a linguist and try to decipher whatever in the hell Gary Gygax was saying. And also everything was kind of better ordered. However, what they did wrong is they started getting rid of like race and class caps for demi-humans. What's up, Satya? Nice miniature you painted, by the way. I liked it. And some other stuff like that. And another thing that really a lot of the first edition AD&D play win was their cowardice vis-a-vis devils and demons. Because they got rid of that and they called them Nari and Beta Zoo or whatever. And a lot of your hardcore D&D guys are like, really, guys? You might as well just got rid of the whole infernal thing, right? But, that was a big part of it, too. Plus, they tried to make you buy that stupid folder and put all those stupid 3-hole punched freaking pages in it. And that was just lame.
Oh, the monster binder or whatever like that.
Yeah, but eventually they realized that was stupid, and they just came out with a monstrous compendium.
A real book,
way better, So yeah, I mean, there were some issues. The other thing is, and everyone won't agree with me here, obviously, but most of the settings that were created specifically for second edition just sucked balls. They're just terrible.
Like which
ones?
No
one really played them. Like Spelljammer. No one gives a shit about Spelljammer. Come on.
It had a concept that was interesting, but when you read it, you're like, ugh.
Yeah, you know what else is like that? Dark Sun and Planescape.
And
looks cool, but no one actually ever has a long campaign about it, hardly. Because they're going to go to the realms. Let's be honest. If they got that gray box of the Forgotten Realms, that's what they're playing with their second edition bullshit.
Okay.
And everyone will own Dark Sun and be like, Dark Sun was awesome. And yes, Brahm is a great artist. And if you're into leather dom fantasy bullshit, that is the game. But no one ever played along.
Who's your DM? Let me tear my shirt off. I'm James Raggy.
Yeah. Well, you got to be standing in a sauna in Finland. With just all your hairy hair hanging out.
Having a massage therapist midget work on your shorts.
Yeah, I don't know what that dude was doing, but I saw the video he put out where he's like standing there shirtless in the sauna. And I'm just like, well, it is a fact. The Finns do love saunas. And since he lives in Finland, I mean, that's just the way it's going to be now, But
yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say Planescape was a great campaign. No one actually wanted to play it, though.
I don't remember anybody ever running it right.
Birthright, again, another campaign that should have got more love, but didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't edition war in here, yeah, right? We're not edition war.
I always bring it up because it's like as soon as edition wars start, I'm like, guys, I really don't even like D&D that much. So it's like, because there's always some crusty old guy who's like, oh, just play Greyhawk. And it's like, Greyhawk's a dog shit setting. Like compared to all the other ones, the only reason you go back to them is because some crusty old bastard pulls you into it. It's like, we're only playing in Greyhawk. Nobody plays in the other ones. And it's like, well, why is that? Well, because his nostalgia from childhood.
Yeah, it's nostalgia. And plus
fucking
the
PTSD.
Valley region is
trauma suffering, trauma bonding.
So there is that.
Did I take it you went through that as well, Bruce, where everybody's like, well, let's just play in Greyhawk. And you're like, oh, no, not Greyhawk again.
Not Greyhawk again.
Oh, no.
I played Greyhawk so much that I created my own homebrew system.
This is the same time. This is the third time you guys have had me start fighting hill giants at the steading.
Guys, we'll just play the entire B series again. And it's like, this is the third time we're doing the B series again. Okay. It'll be just as good as high school.
Basic D&D with Mystara and all that bullshit. And second edition is also where you got Mastika, the
Karator, the box set for Karator. You have the box set for Lankmar, the orange box.
Karator. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It was like second edition, they were just throwing spaghetti noodles at the wall and just hoping to God something would stick. And unfortunately, it didn't, because people who started D&D with second edition were generally going to play Forgotten Realms. I mean, that's just what it was. I mean, those that weren't playing in Greyhawk.
Yeah.
I mean, your assessments are fair.
Yeah.
So they created all these stupid settings that no one actually wanted. And then to make things even stupider, they started coming out with the kit books. which took a game that was already kind of teetering on the edge of playability and just made it completely unplayable.
3 of them were okay to read. 2 of them past that were okay to use. But
the cleric book, forget about.
No, the cleric and the wizard book are garbage. They're just dog shit.
Yeah, you got like the shaman and all this kind of bullshit. Greyhawk is boring. If you think Greyhawk is boring, it's because you're boring, Shadow.
Yeah.
And I'm quoting that from Flagpole Sitta. If you're bored, then you're boring. Yeah, that's right. Greyhawk doesn't have to be boring. If you got a good DM and you're playing in Sheldamar Valley with all the politics between Keelan, Nyron, the 3 Olics, and the Pomarge right there, all kinds of shit can be going on. But if you're playing at Verbabonk or up in the north at Floriandi or some shit, yeah, it's like you might as well be playing in like just a fantasy Europe.
I think you're onto something there, because when they finally unleashed Living Greyhawk and all that, where real places in the world were linked to parts of the map on Greyhawk, the Chicagoland area where I'm from was Verbabonk, and I was like, wow, this is boring garbage.
And Florida was the Sheldamar Valley, but specifically the Principality of Ulick.
Yeah.
Because you know how you had your 3 Ulicks? And the reason for that is the kingdom right across the river there. I think it's Keeland or Nyrond, whatever it was. At one time, all of that, the Grand March and all that had been one kingdom. And then at some point there was, and it all broke up, And then you had the Elven Queen, the Fae Queen of Selene, who would not let any non-elf or gnome cross the borders into her kingdom. So like I said, there was a lot of interesting stuff going on in that specific corner of the world. But the rest of it's like,
Yeah.
I
think the problem is, like you were saying in 2nd edition, Forgotten Realms just had so many books published for it that people almost got guilted into running the setting. Otherwise, they'd feel like, I've got all these books and I'm not using them, as opposed to most of the other ones where you had maybe a box and another book or 2, and that was it.
Well, I'll tell you another thing, too. Forgotten Realms, when it came out with 1st edition AD&D, gray box with the Mongolian on the cover, on his horse with all the rock pillars and stuff.
Yep.
That shit was just badass. I don't care who you were. That was a great setting. It gave you just enough information to run amok. And it was so good. It was like the Moon Shayals and the massive city of Waterdeep and the Sword Coast. But the problem, of course, with the Forgotten Realms is none of it is forgotten anymore. They've literally done every inch of it, right down to and Fae, and it's like every single place has been well defined. So now it's just like, who gives a shit? I mean, when they write a whole novel set in the Arak Desert, it's kind of like, really? It's just a big wasteland, and you're writing a whole novel describing every bit of it. It's like, yeah, whatever.
Right.
Well, the Oriental Adventures went through a weird thing with 2nd edition, because at first it was Kuratur, then they bought L5R and it became Rokugan, but then L5R bought itself back or some shit and it went back to being Kuratur.
Yeah.
But
I was
anyway,
at the comic
I gotta get going, guys, actually.
Oh, shit. All right.
Yeah, I've been on here way too long. But I'll catch you guys whenever I come back.
Take care, James. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bruce, keep the faith, bro. It'll be all right. And it's good